Have your attention. I'd like to call this meeting to order. First, I'd like to report we did meet in closed session. We took no action. We did give some direction to staff. Would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our next item is changes to the order of the agenda. Staff, do we have any recommended changes?
We have no recommended changes.
None?
Well, there's one item that the EDCC on the reports to council that if you would like to wait for representation from that committee to be here, they estimate that they'll be here around 7:20. The other two items that are on for reports to council may take that amount of time in any event if the council has questions or wishes to have discussion.
So what you're suggesting is that we take items 5A and 5C and then see where we are when we get to 5B.
That would work.
That would work. Okay, we'll do that. Council, any changes to the order of the agenda?
No.
None? Okay. Next item is report from closed session, which I did at the beginning. So we'll skip over that. Council communications and announcements. Council members, start down here with Brad.
Just a couple. I attended the Pulse of Business presentation on Proposition 82 that the Chamber held at the library this week, and I just wanted to thank them for putting that on. It was a nice presentation on the preschool initiative. And the other thing was I just wanted to ask, are we going to be scheduling meetings with the different commissions this year? Because I hadn't seen any scheduled yet. I guess I just wanted to put that out there as something that, from my standpoint, it'd be great to get on the schedule. And even venture the thought that if it's too difficult to schedule it with the entire council, because I know that can be part of the problem, that perhaps even we do some meetings where at least two council members are there and we can report back. And I'd just like to see us tighten up some of the relationships with the different commissions. And it'd be great to get to know those folks and have a tighter working relationship. So,
just so that folks understand what Brad's asking about, traditionally the council does meet with our various commissions, be it the Planning Commission or Parks and Rec, Traffic and Transportation, and we have a meeting with, like I say, those various commissions and kind of coordinate ideas and policies and so forth with those members. We have not done that this year, primarily because we've been dealing with some pretty big items, being the South County Fire, the turf issue, and with the budget coming up. But the intent is, once we tackle those big items and have a little relief on our schedule, that we will have those.
okay,
That's
great.
the goal.
Thank you.
Inga?
Yes, I just wanted to report that I did last week actually attended the Office of Emergency Services meeting. I do sit on that JPA representing San Carlos. And a couple of items I wanted to share with my council members, which is that at that meeting we did adopt the 2006-2007 full year budgets. It came to the whole JPA quite late, but just in the interest of getting the numbers fixed and so that our staff and other city staffs could plan in terms of what our fair share cost is of that, we decided to move ahead and adopt that budget. Of interest, I think, to San Carlos is that our total assessed share will go up to just under $40,000. That is a jump from about $29,271, represent about a 27% increase. And the good news, I think, for San Carlos and for South County Fire is that in that there is $616,000 for hazardous materials, our hazmat program, and that will flow into South County Fire. So that represents, it's about an increase of $371,000 across all the cities in the county as part of the JPA. So, Mark, when you're putting together the budgets, make sure you reserve about $40,000 for the Emergency Services Joint Powers Authority. Other than that, everything else went pretty quiet.
Tom?
It's been a quiet couple of weeks at the Davis House. Not a lot to report.
Okay. And Bob?
I've been attending the City and County Association of Government meetings. CCAG is the acronym, and they're working on some housing issues. They're working on issues with Jerry Hill and Rich Gordon with the homelessness issue in this county, and talking about a number of items. And it's a terrific group of people because it's representative of every city on the peninsula, all 20. And then the county, so there's 21 members, and it's a very powerful group, I think, and it can do a lot of good. And I'm getting my feet wet in that organization and trying to see where we're heading on that. So I'll probably have more substantial things to report later.
Okay, thank you. And the only thing I have to report is I actually did attend a South Bay Systems Authority meeting for Tom. And they have a budget workshop coming up on May 4th, which I think Tom will be attending. And so similar, I guess, to what Inga was talking about, in one of these JPAs that we belong to, out of that budget will be coming some information to our city on what we will be paying into that JPA. Right. So that's the only item I had. That moves us on to item 5A. Or item 5, which is reports to council, and we'll go in the order of 5A, 5C, and then see where we are time-wise with 5B.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we have provided you with 3 reports.
Sorry, Mark, is your mic on? It doesn't sound like it is.
We've provided 3 reports to council within the packet. The first one, 5A, is a report on revenue options. As you will recall, one of the objectives that came out of the city strategic plan and retreat process was a request that staff generate the various options that are available to municipal governments, just generically, to raise revenue. And the items that are listed within that report list as comprehensively as staff is able to the sources of revenue ranging from taxes to fees to economic development. Richard Averett is here as the finance director. He's really prepared this report and would be prepared to answer any questions that the council might have.
Okay. Open it up to questions. Anyone?
Just would like to commend staff on a nice report in terms of identifying the opportunities for increased revenue. So next steps, is this going to come back before council with recommendations from staff, or?
During the budget process, we'll be identifying where we stand in terms of revenues and expenditures. We would suggest that the council keep this report handy so that you can clearly identify what our options are if we choose to attempt to raise revenue as opposed to cutting expenditures.
Mark, would you like each council member to have perhaps come back to you independently with just sort of the things that we like versus the things that we're sort of disinclined to, so that you can start to collect that as you
I think that, yeah, that's not a bad idea. I mean, if there are any of these options that the council has an interest in, or council members has an interest in that might be more appropriate from that council member's perspective, either tonight or in the future individually, if you would let us know that, so that we could get a sense and maybe do a little bit of background or research on each item. Some of these are more viable than others. Taxes generally have to go towards a vote of the people. Fees, we have to make sure that we can identify the nexus and the relationship between the service being provided and the fee. Economic development might seem like the easiest in some ways in terms of cost, but it takes time generally, and we'll be exploring each of these in a manner when we bring forward the budget in terms of what our options are. But if there is one mechanism that is more acceptable to the council than others, please let us know, and we'll be happy to do additional research on those areas.
Okay. Great, thanks, Mark.
Given Mark's comments, do the council members want to give any direction tonight? Just not in terms of a consensus, but just individually, if you would like to say something right now regarding any items that you prefer. if you've given it, that much thought.
I don't know if I have a preference, but it would be interesting to know which ones require a majority and which ones require a two-thirds vote of the electorate, if that's can be easily done.
So send out an updated version of this report, this staff report?
Yeah, we could do that as a follow-up, or unless Richard wants to comment on it. I see things like TOT. I'm not sure that requires a vote of the people, but I could be wrong.
And it does.
It does.
Generally, the rule would be that if it's a special tax dedicated for a special purpose, if you were going to identify a reason for having this tax increase and dedicate the funds to that special purpose, it requires a two-thirds vote. If you are going to suggest that a utility tax or something of that nature, for example, might be imposed or increased, but not identify what the funding source would be specifically, but that it would just go to the general fund for general municipal services, that would only require a 50.1% approval. So that's the general rule.
Is that an election that's handled in the typical sense? In other words, at the ballot box, or could this be a mail out, or do we have any options as to how it would be handled?
I believe that would be done at the ballot box. You can either do a special or a general election. There actually may be some requirements that it be done as a part of a general election. I'd have to check the specifics on that.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
So I'm sorry, does that mean then that the local option sales tax and the utility tax are just 51%, a majority?
If you do not designate the specific use of the funds, then,
Right.
then correct, it could just be a 50+1.
Gotcha.
But the moment you specify that we're going to use these monies for,
Specific purpose.
then it requires two-thirds.
Thank you.
Through the chair, if honestly, as Inga said, I think it'd be great if we got just a little 8.5 by 11 saying, are there any of these we can just vote on ourselves, or all of these have to go to the public? I mean, just and then whether it's 50 or 2, just sort of repeating what you had, that'd be great. Because I didn't know whether you had to do that kind of documentary transfer tax or a business license tax, et cetera. Anyway, that'd be great for me at least. Thank you.
Bob, they all go to the public.
They all go to the public.
Everything except, fees and
Fees.
costs.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it has the word tax in it,
That's right.
even if it's a business license.
Two-thirds vote.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I do have a couple of questions, or at least one question, and then I'll go ahead and throw out my preferences tonight. On the business license tax, that goes to the general public but is imposed upon businesses in the city that do or may not get to vote depending on the residency, the owner of that business?
To increase the tax would require a vote of the people, but the tax itself would be upon the business. That's correct.
Interesting, okay.
Another example of that would be the transient occupancy tax, for example, is one that the people would vote on, but it's a tax that is imposed upon visitors who come and stay at hotels within the community.
I see, okay. And the two that I'm most interested in here is, and I've mentioned this one time before when we were talking about Parviesville, remember, I think, the dumpsters, and they can damage the street, but also large equipment, trucks. I was watching the cement trucks go to this project on Walnut Street the other day, and you can just see the pavement move underneath a loaded concrete truck. And so I'm very interested in this construction traffic impact fee. And the other, and again, I would include dumpster activity in that, especially the large, very large debris boxes that are put in. And the other is the grants. And Mark, I think I've mentioned to you just one-on-one in meetings that this might be an opportunity where we could look at improving our grant application process and frequency, and perhaps even consider using a consultant. There are a lot of consultants that do grant work as opposed to hiring an employee to manage this program if it got ramped up enough that we felt like we needed someone to do it, either part-time or three-quarter time or whatever. But I think that's something that would be might be worth our while. Any other comments from council? Okay, we'll move on from this item. We'll skip over to 5C.
This is simply an update to the strategic plan, if Jeff would like to walk through the report, as we pledged to do this on a monthly basis.
I'll just give a very brief recap. Jeff Maltby, Administrative Services Director. On February 27th, the council adopted the strategic plan, and staff, as part of that plan, is committed to coming back and giving you a monthly update, which is attached in the packet. 2 quick items of note that we're asking for an amendment to the plan tonight. Our date changes. The first is for the goal number 1, increase revenue. Item 2, which is update the San Carlos market study analysis. The original date of completion for that project is May 15th, is called out in the plan. Staff is requesting to push that date back to July 30th. The city's hired a consultant to work with us on making that update, and the update is underway, but it's not feasible to complete it within that timeline. The second one is for the goal number 4, which is improve infrastructure. Item number 1, which is interview and appoint the ad hoc Creek and Watershed Committee. That got off to just a little slower start than we had expected due to some of the council discussion around that. The application deadline is May 12th, so we're not going to be able to make the amended April 24th meeting, but we have it on the agenda for May 22nd for the council to interview and appoint that committee. So with your approval, we'll go ahead and make those 2 changes, or if there's just consensus among the council, we can go ahead and amend that. A couple of highlights. We've completed a number of objective goals. On goal number 1, you just got from City Manager Mark Weiss the report on the revenue options. Goal 2, to update the general and specific plan. Staff had recommended the general plan impact fees previously. On goal 3, to attract, develop, and retain quality staff. The staff has gone ahead and surveyed all the employees. Those surveys are tabulated. The next step of that is a staff committee will make some recommendations to me, and we'll make some proposals to the city manager, who may in turn make some proposals to you. And finally, goal number 4, which is improve infrastructure. The athletic fields staff recommendation has been made, though that item is continued to the next May 8th council meeting. And also item 2, which is discuss the City Hall relocation concept, has taken place as well. All the other goals and objectives are on track, and staff will continue to present a monthly update to the City Council. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. If you have any information you'd like included in the next month's report, let me know either tonight or give me a call, and I'll include that in next month's report.
Okay, let's entertain any questions or comments, and we will take a motion for the amendments to accept the amendments.
I have a couple of questions. If item number 2 on increased revenue gets bumped back, does that also mean that we need to bump item 3, and do we want to do that at this time? It seemed to me that they were related.
Number 2.
Anyway, Jeff, it seemed, because one's the update the market study analysis, and then a presentation to council for a consultant to prepare the economic development plan. I thought one wanted to be done before we did the other. So if we're,
Yeah, my understanding was that they weren't related.
oh, they're not.
Well, the market study is an important document to have in place prior to doing the economic development plan. I'm not sure, though, given the RFP process that we'll go through to select the consultant for preparing the economic development plan, whether or not we would have to amend that at this time. We may have to come back with an adjustment at a later date. I wouldn't recommend that it be done tonight.
Okay, I'm just sensing if we think it's even a key component, and this one's going to July 30, it may be safe to bump the other one by a month or 2. It's your presentation, so it's your call. I just thought maybe we might want to consider that.
Actually, through the chair, because these are informational in nature only, we can't actually take action on them. So I know you asked for a motion to make some amendments, but it's posted in the agenda that it's informational in nature and no action will be taken.
And I think that that's correct. I mean, if the council is okay with what's being proposed here, we'll make these changes to the plan. If they're significant enough for formal action, we would suggest that it be brought back on a consent calendar.
I just wanted for my council members to be clear as well.
We're good?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's
Go ahead.
fine. I only have one other comment, and that was again, in reviewing some of this, under improve the infrastructure, where our fifth item is develop and present to the city council a citywide pedestrian safety plan. And it just dawns on me that if we're going to get the BPAC, Public Works, Traffic and Transportation all together to come up with this, it's only 3 months away, and that we probably need to get kicking on that. So, anyway, I just wanted to say, if it's going to come back in August 1st is right around the bend for that group to get together. So I'm anxious for that to start.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any comments down here? No. None? Okay. The only comment I had was under item 3, under the improve the infrastructure, we did talk about bringing that back in August for.
I'll make a note of that to the plan in the next version of the.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Great.
Okay, very good. It's almost 7:30. I think, are the EDCC members here who wanted to be here? Mr. City Manager?
Randy Royce, the chair, is not here, but Bonnie McClure, who's on the committee, is here, and we can certainly get started with a brief summary of the special meeting to report to you.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and do that?
Okay, we wanted to take an opportunity to brief you on a special meeting that the Exception Design Control Committee held back in January of this year. This committee reviews residential design, as you know, and the committee met at Randy Royce's residence. It was a publicly noticed meeting. Of course, all council members, commissioners, and EDCC members were invited. And the purpose of the meeting was to review the practices and processes of the Exception Design Control Committee. And what I thought I'd do is, you've received a memo on a sort of a summary of what occurred at the meeting in terms of consensus on these practices and processes, but I thought I'd highlight just a couple of items. The first thing is that the committee agreed that it would be helpful to enhance public outreach and communication, something that is consistent with the council direction recently on the strategic plan. Also to address construction, parking, and staging issues on a more uniform basis, in other words, to incorporate requirements for construction, staging, and parking for each application. Additionally, the committee wanted to make sure that the conditions of approval on projects were implemented. So we talked a little bit about the importance of incorporating items of importance into a formal motion so that those could be incorporated into the approval, and our building inspectors could then make sure that they were incorporated into the final project. The committee also talked about focusing on design issues versus a quantitative type of analysis of the projects. The code does not require a quantitative analysis or a square foot analysis of new residential projects, but the committee in the past has found it helpful to look at the neighborhood average of homes in the area. On the other hand, it does take the focus away from design, and the committee felt that it would be more important, since the ordinance itself focuses on bulk and mass and design and not on quantitative issues, found it would be more important to focus on design and not necessarily have those neighborhood averages unless they needed them. Finally, the committee felt it was very important to differentiate or to really focus on what the floor area threshold meant. In other words, that it differentiated processes. In other words, if you had a proposal that was under the floor area threshold, which is generally 3,000 square feet, it can be more if the lot is larger, that the process would be administrative. Whereas if it was over the floor area threshold, then the process would be through the committee, focusing that it's really not an exception. They found the name a little bit deceiving, wanted to look at changing the name, but that's something that would require an ordinance amendment, but wanted to, again, not treat those types of exceptions as a variance or an exception, but simply a design threshold or process threshold. So that was the heart of what the committee talked about. They felt that things were going well. Randy Royce did want to make a brief presentation to you all this evening. He's not here at this point. Bonnie, certainly you're welcome to make comments as well, and I'm available to answer any questions you have at this time.
Okay, open it up to questions.
I
Council
just
members?
had a quick question, actually, Liz. First of all, I wanted to commend the EDCC committee on actually taking the initiative and pulling this together and looking at ways that they as a committee could make improvements. So, Bonnie, if you'll take my my thoughts back to the full commission, I'd appreciate that. The question I'm really interested in is the standard condition on all projects with requiring construction process or parking and staging plans. Do we currently do that just in terms of even staff-approved projects?
We do, depending on the conditions of the street or the neighborhood. So it's an option, but it's not a mandate.
So at the staff level even, we're not necessarily doing that. And then the assumption is that the project's going through EDCC because of the nature of the projects. They're either bigger or there's some extenuating circumstances that route them through that exception process.
Precisely, but there are times when staff will also incorporate those. It's really case by case, neighborhood specific.
Oh, okay. And that seems to be working well?
Yes.
Okay. That was my only question.
There are increasing sort of cumulative parking impacts associated with construction when you get a couple of residences on a street that are undergoing construction. I think that's where the concern came from.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Bob? Okay, I have a couple of questions. I did ask to have this put on because it was in our council report, our newsletter, but just a couple of things with that as far as it being a communication tool. It was deep into the report, if you will, and to me it wasn't clear what we were being told, because it says, this is a copy of the report, that the EDCC held such a meeting on January 25th to discuss procedural issues, and then they expressed their support of the following items, and there were 12 items here. And then at the bottom it just says staff's opinion that all of the above concepts are consistent with the city's practices and with the code and do not require code changes. And I suppose that could possibly be a signal then that it didn't need to come to council. But when I read through these, I would agree that most of these were procedural or administrative, but some of the items touched on policies, and I thought that it should come to council for a review and direction on that policy. Specifically, the two that I'm referring to is one that Inga asked a question about, which is, I think it's number 5, include a standing condition on all projects requiring construction, parking, and staging plan. And item 12, the 3,000 square foot threshold to differentiate on process. And that, actually on item 12, I saw that as sort of a hybrid between, it's partly policy, it's partly administrative, because I can certainly see explaining to people administratively or procedurally what's going on. However, the 3,000 square foot threshold does touch on policy. In fact, that's something that we changed as a council about, I think about a year ago when we reviewed this. So the question I have, and after I make my comments on item 5, I'll open it up to council. Being someone who's in this business and looking at this requirement, to me it seems onerous, because what you're asking the applicant to do, who at that point is simply a homeowner and an architect or a designer, is to come up with a construction parking staging plan, when usually at that point in the process of designing a home addition or a remodel, you do not have a contractor on board yet. And what you're asking those people to do is to come up with this plan without a contractor. And to understand that, to go further, what you're asking that person to do, either the architect, the designer, or the homeowner, is to figure out, if I'm reading this correctly, they're supposed to figure out what the general contractor being on site and when, what subs they will have on site and when, because those are the things that impact parking in a construction project. And that's completely left up to the contractor. In fact, I can tell you in my own contract, it states very specifically that I do not control construction processes and the timing of how things happen or any of that. It's impossible to do, and it would be onerous to do. So I felt like this requirement was, having it at the EDCC level is onerous. And I thought it at least deserved some discussion from the council to take a look at that. I also felt like, and this is just an editorial, to me it's not the place of EDCC. I don't mind, I think it's fine for them to look at procedural things and administrative things and cleaning up their own processes and so forth. That's fine, but when they get into areas that are policy, and I think this is, it does need to come to the council and be discussed and looked at.
I'll just comment really briefly. I think that perhaps you may misunderstand sort of what they're talking about. I think just in the interest of being good neighbors, it's probably not a bad idea to have at a conceptual level, not necessarily spelled out to the who's going to be parking where on what street at what hour on what day. That kind of speaks to what you're, I think, afraid of, Matt, but really more just getting an understanding and sort of putting in some protective language so that there's an awareness of how construction activities do or potentially could impact a block. And I know, like, for example, when the people next to me did an upstairs addition, it was really nice because they let all of us know and sort of gave us phone numbers in case there were issues, and it was just in the spirit of being good neighbors. So I think that some of these projects, and staff probably has a better sense of when more stringent conditions may apply, they may actually, knowing the applicant, realize that applicant may actually, that block may benefit from stricter conditions. And so I'm in favor of this. Obviously, EDCC is the one. They get the good news from, the applicants, and they get the opposition generally from the neighbors. So they're in a tough spot to try to mediate based on the situation. So I'd be happy with allowing or giving EDCC the ability to have this as a tool in their toolbox to help facilitate that mediation.
Liz, can you speak to what, Inga is talking about what they may have meant, but we don't know what they meant because it's just a one-sentence item here.
Well, generally, what we'll do at the staff level is use a condition of approval as a vehicle for addressing concerns. So when we do that, we'll craft a condition that doesn't have specifics, as Councilmember Doherty was mentioning. It doesn't have specifics and it doesn't have timing. The only concern that I would have with not incorporating a condition like this at the EDCC levels, we do lose some discretion in terms of when we issue a building permit. We could add that condition onto a building permit, for example, or a public works review, but it may not hold. This is the point where we do have some discretion and can consider neighborhood specifics. The other way that you can deal with it is by creating a new ordinance, sort of like the noise ordinance that applies to all situations. But this, thus far, we found has worked well on a case-by-case basis.
So as a follow-on, Liz, when you come together with your hearing, if there's a neighbor that has a specific problem where they need to maintain free space for several hours a day, for instance, and if they came to the group and said, this is my problem, I really have to have this space, could that then be accommodated in this plan?
It generally doesn't get that specific. Those kinds of issues would be worked out between the Public Works Department, Police Department, and planning in terms of a specific plan. But the requirement for a construction, staging, and parking plan would be something that the EDCC would apply if that's something that the council supports.
So if the neighborhood did come together, though, or if members of the neighborhood came to the hearing and voiced specific concerns, is this a time where that would be considered as a part of a plan, or in a sense, would you lay that off and let someone else deal with it downstream?
We would prefer to deal with it downstream because we don't have all the departments that might be necessary to implement that type of plan. There may be time limits, other things that we need to consider, encroachment issues, and so to get that specific, we'd be cautious of that at the meeting itself.
So I guess I'm a little confused as to what the plan is. If it doesn't get specific, what does it do?
It's simply a requirement for a construction, parking, and staging plan prior to issuance of a building permit.
Oh, okay.
So it's a general requirement for that.
And that then comes at the time where the contractor's engaged and the project is ready to go. So
Exactly.
You got people you can deal with because they're out doing the work.
That's correct.
Okay.
Bob, any comments or questions?
Well, I think it really is, a case-by-case basis. If you live on Crestview Drive, it's a very wide street. You can have 2 or 3 vehicles parked in front of your own home, and there's really not an impact of And if you had the debris box off the street in the driveway, there's really not a big impact to that street because there's always cars parked there. If you're on some of the smaller streets up in the hills where you can barely get a car through, I think that's the place that, again, it depends. But, boy, you'd sure like to know who is going to be parking where and how, I think, on some of this. Because some of these small remodels I don't think it's going to come into, but anytime that it's going to get 3 or 4 subs at a time, and that can happen, 3 or 4 subs can show up at one time, where are their vehicles going to be, not only for the neighbors, but for public safety? If I'll just park it over there, that might not be the best place to park it because all of a sudden they didn't realize that they blocked, some sort of an access, not realizing it for a fire engine or something to get through. So it really is difficult. I wish if every street was the same, it'd be easy. But I don't know whether it's at EDCC or staff level, but I think it's got to be somewhere in the beginning of the process so no one's surprised at the end. I know when we've done when I was on Planning Commission, we did development agreements. It had we figured out where the vehicles were going to take the dirt, as Matt said earlier, where are they going, and all the rest, and these were all in there of how where they were going to be allowed to put their debris boxes as well as their vehicles. So somewhere it's got to be. I'm not sure if it's EDCC or staff, but it's got to be somewhere early in the process, I believe.
My 2 cents is, provided it's not too detailed and not too early in the process, that it's good policy to what's the plan for parking, make sure the neighbors, that you do have a plan for parking, because those things are going to transpire, and it's the homeowner's responsibility to make sure that they have that in mind. So to me, it's good policy, and it doesn't sound like it's too detailed or too early, and if it were, then we could, we can always say we can wait a couple weeks if you need a more detailed plan, or if it's, like Bob said, on a super narrow street. So seems like good policy to me.
Okay. And I just want to clarify so I understand. You're grabbing the opportunity at EDCC to let everybody know who's there at the time, being the homeowner, the architect, or the designer, that this is going to be a requirement. But if I heard you correctly, the actual plan is not necessary until a applicant is pulling their building permit, at which point most people do have a contractor, unless there are cases where homeowners pull the permit themselves, which is not advisable because of insurance reasons, but sometimes people do it. But usually someone has a contractor on board at that point and could have the contractor develop such a plan.
That's correct.
Am I hearing you correctly?
That's correct. And I think that in some senses, it's unfortunate Randy wasn't able to make it for timing, but that he was interested in having it be sort of on a uniform level, but the details of it be worked out on a case-by-case or neighborhood-specific basis. But we don't envision, we don't recommend that the details of a plan be worked out at the meeting, so as we wouldn't recommend for a design change.
Again, what EDCC is doing here is just uniform notification, if you will, that this is going to be required prior to receiving your building permit.
Notification and requirement, that's a good way to put it, yeah.
Okay. But you don't have to walk into the EDCC meeting with a parking plan.
No, not unless you've got a very high level of review of some kind, and that would probably be with the Planning Commission and City Council. So.
Okay. Very good. The other item I wanted to just touch on, and partly just so that we all understand it, what we're really saying with this 3,000 square feet, I agree, it's a procedural thing, but for council to understand, and for, I guess, the public to understand too, who are watching this meeting, we have no threshold. Most cities do. Most cities have some kind of FAR or floor area threshold. Actually, I think in Belmont, they have a lot coverage like we do. No, actually, now I'm thinking about it, they don't have a lot coverage. They just have setbacks, and they have floor area ratio, but no lot coverage. It's just the opposite of what we have. And I guess the question is, for council, is that where we want to sit? That we just have this 3,000? All it means is that if you're under, then it's up. You bring in your project at some point for a review, administrative review, and at that point, the person at the counter will tell you, well, we'll want to, this probably has impact on the community enough that, you know, they'll take it back to Liz, and Liz will make the determination right there, usually, I think, right? That, yeah, it's under the 3,000, but it's going to be an impact on the community, on the neighborhood, so I still want it to go to EDCC. Or, no, it'll simply, you put together a minor application, if you will, and submit the drawings, and planning staff will look at it, but it does not go to EDCC. If you're over the 3,000, you're definitely going to EDCC. And then if you have a huge lot, that number changes. That 3,000 can change to some other threshold. And so I guess, you know, the question is, are we okay with that kind of process, or would we like to maybe look at this and have it brought back as an item to consider
Perhaps I can
before the
jump
council?
in. Just a bit of history. And in fact, Liz, I mean, this comes up. When I was on Planning Commission, it came up several times because we asked the same question. I mean, why the 3,000? Just, it's a number. And it was 2,500 for many years. And it was just, it went through Planning Commission, I want to say, what, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, that we bumped it to 3,000?
About 2.
2 years ago. So, Matt, from a policy perspective, this just came through about 2 years ago, and it went through the whole gamut of, you know, public hearings, Planning Commission, and then ultimately City Council approval in the adoption of the ordinance. So, just for my council members, from a historical perspective, this has been sort of through the gauntlet within the last couple of years.
So you're saying this has been approved and it's part of the process, the 3,000?
That's correct.
So Matt's question, should we change to 3,000, I guess? Or are you okay with the 3,000?
No, my question is not, should we change to 3,000? My question is, see, what I'm trying to say is, really, we're sitting without a floor area threshold. We have none. We just have this number that relates to a process, but we have no threshold. There is no threshold in San Carlos.
Or maybe
It is whatever you can get accepted at EDCC. And it's up to, we're leaving up to three people to decide what's appropriate size for a lot.
So if 3,000 is on the books, isn't that our threshold?
It does not act as a threshold. In most communities
Tom?
where they call it a threshold and they define it as a threshold, it actually is a threshold. You cannot go above that number unless you go for some kind of an exception or a variance. But there is for every lot, like in Palo Alto, for instance, you have lot coverage, which is how much of the site are you covering with the footprint of structures. Anything over 18 inches usually is the number, 18 inches high. So that would include decks that are high up off the ground and so forth. And then they have a floor area ratio or a threshold. It's usually based on the site, the size of the site, and it's usually a number somewhat larger than the coverage because it takes into account two-story homes. So it's often, you know, a number of somewhere around 65 to 75% of lot coverage, if you were to look at it that way, if you use the site as a ratio.
Through the chair, not that I wouldn't love to talk about number 12, this item, for a long time, because I was on Planning Commission too, and I had some input to it. But as I remember why it was changed, and I wasn't on the Planning Commission when it was changed with the City Council, it was more of a situation of trying to fit the number here to what was happening in the real world. And if this number isn't working in the real world, then we should really identify it. But if it's working in the real world, then I don't know if we need to revisit it every 2 years. But I'm looking to staff. Are we having lots of issues with this? Or is this seeming to be working? If it's not working, we should probably bring it back and have a full-blown discussion. But that's my understanding was the reason it was changed is to sort of allow for things to work through. But maybe I was wrong there.
Well, and Bob, just to jump in before Liz goes, the reason it was changed from 2,500 to 3,000, my recollection is just because EDCC was getting overwhelmed. They were having, you know, 3 to 10 applications like every single meeting because the 2,500 automatically just kicked everything up.
Well, I remember when I was even in 2000, we were getting 3 to 4.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's why it was kicked up to 3,000. And in fact, I think I argued at the time, well, let's kick it up to 3,500 because, you know, it almost seems like that seems to be more the norm rather than the exception these days. people are landlocked. They want to build a second story on their home. Their neighbors are all doing it. I mean, we're seeing the home values in San Carlos go up, and people are constantly, the 3,500 is probably too big in a lot of the lots within San Carlos, but we do have, a lot of very large size lots, and we have a lot of really pretty small size lots. So I think the 3,000 was a good threshold, but Liz, I'll let you speak to that.
And just one more point on the history. The other, I think, reason that the council voted for the 3,000 versus the 2,500 is because the administrative process was actually working very well, and it involved a notification to the neighbors around. So even though it wasn't a hearing type of format, the neighbors were notified. The review level was very high and detailed, and we were able to accommodate neighborhood concerns and recommendations into the final product. So I think that process was working well, and the commission and council felt comfortable that it could add an increased threshold. And just a closing point, and I think that perhaps Inga may have been going here, is that the threshold is a threshold, but San Carlos has no cap. In other words, there is no maximum. So I think that's where the confusion comes in for people. It just separates the process, administrative versus committee, the 3,000 does, but there is no ultimate cap.
City Attorney?
Yeah, and I'd like to reiterate that's the truth. 2,500 was just a threshold for review, and then it was discretionary with EDCC as to how big someone could add on to the house. There's no real cap. Other communities, as the mayor indicated, do have either a cap or they have ratios that have daylight plane. They have things that do limit the size as opposed to simply discretion. And sometimes that's really not in the EDCC report tonight, and it's something you may wish to take up at a future time. It's really another issue entirely from where EDCC is now. It's whether you want to develop some type of guideline limits, caps, for how big on how small a lot someone can add. So if someone has a small lot in 5,000 square foot lot in White Oaks, they can put a 3,500, 4,000 square foot house on it if EDCC says yes. There's no legal cap.
Bob, you asked if this was working in the real world, and one of the reasons I wanted us to touch on it is because I do think, we've had this 3,000 threshold in place for about a year, and I don't know if it's just being in the mayor's seat that I get these more than the rest of the council does or not. I don't know if you guys have seen these, but I've certainly got a lot of emails on a project that happened up on Wellington where a developer bought a site that had one house on it. The history on it was it had been two lots. Somebody combined them. They built one house. Now there's someone else bought it. They're re-subdividing it, putting in two houses. The same developer has done another project on I think it's Chestnut. I got some comments from folks there who were concerned about that as well. I got comments from quite a few residents on Howard, and I've received emails about a project that is on St. Francis. So I'm getting a lot of complaints, and I have to handle those as mayor and respond back. And pretty much all I can tell people is, look, this is the process. The council's approved it, and there's really, I'm the mayor. I'm not the dictator. I can't just go around, changing things willy-nilly. So that's why we're discussing this. And I suppose what we could do, as Bob has suggested, we could move along on this. We weren't intending to get into a big, long discussion on this. But if we want to bring this back, we can simply tell staff, please bring this back. We'll review it.
Through the chair, I agree with, that's what I said. I think the comment was made. We have it now. If we need to bring it back, I'm more than willing to spend time talking about it. I have interest and input and some experience doing it. So if that's the tenor of the council, I'd love to do it. But I was just saying, in this situation, I think maybe we should pass on the next one.
Actually, I would love to hear from staff their recommendation, because they're the ones right on the front line with this, and then also, sort of get some more quantifiable evidence. I mean, yes, we all get complaints, and it's very easy for someone to write a letter and complain, and the ones who are happy with it generally don't take the time to write the letters to say it's working. So it would just be interesting to hear or get a percentage. Are the number of complaints that we're receiving going up as a result of this threshold? Because, it has been in place for 2 years, and what the impact would be for it to go down. But, I realize also staff has got quite a few other things that we've asked them to do on their plate. So if there doesn't seem to be strong evidence to support changing this from a policy standpoint, I would say let's let it ride for a couple more years.
So, excuse me, Mayor Grocott, the complaints you've gotten are specifically that when something has gone beyond this threshold, it went to the exception design committee?
No, the complaint.
Is the complaint about total square footage allowed on a lot, or about when it goes to the exception design committee? Because it seems like there's two issues here, right? One issue is, at what point do we say it goes to the exception design committee? That's pretty straightforward. Right now, it's 3,000 square feet. Do we need to change or not? That's one issue. And I don't know if that's the driving issue. It seems like the driving issue on the complaints is more what's the square footage of the house being allowed on the lot, which is a separate discussion to have. And that seems to be the discussion that, if we want to have one, is the discussion we had, not this point on this document. I'm just trying to clarify, because I don't want to come back and talk about this.
It's a good question. Most of the complaints I've gotten have been that they feel that the projects are too large. These are from neighbors. The projects are too large, and when they go to EDCC and voice their concerns, they just feel like they're being ignored. There's no consideration given to their concerns. And I'll grant you, I think most people arrive at EDCC thinking the 3,000 is some kind of guide, if you will, and projects shouldn't go much over that. And they especially think that also because they look at the title of what it's called right now, which is an Exception Design Control Committee, and they look at all those words, exception, design, and control, and they seem to, when you're complaining, and you look at that and you think, I don't see any of that here. I don't see good design. I don't see control. All I see is an exception.
So really, the real question is, do we have caps in San Carlos for how big these houses can be on these lots?
No.
That's the question, though.
That's the answer, no.
And the answer is no to that. And so the discussion you want to have is, should we have some caps on that because we're here?
Yes.
And that's a discussion that I'd be willing to have. But this discussion about the threshold to go to EDC seems like it's a fine threshold to go to EDC.
Okay. So I think we will, you've got a consensus here of at least 3 council members to bring this back and have us take a look at this. Randy has arrived. I want to give him an opportunity to say a few comments.
Through the chair, just to clarify, not to bring this back.
No, not this whole thing, just that one item.
Even that one item. This is a threshold item to go to EDC. What I'm saying is that item doesn't seem like it should come back.
No.
The item come back is a different and new item.
Do we have a cap or not have a cap? Right, exactly.
Yes, Randy Royce, I chair the EDCC probably for about the last 7 or 8 months. There probably is not, in my opinion, an issue with threshold. The issue is more where there's 2 camps. There are people who want to add on to their homes. They want, now, in addition to family rooms, they want more rooms for the grandparents. They want a theater. They want a wine cellar. They have an expensive piece of property, and they want to build a larger house. There's another camp out there that don't want any second stories. They want to keep small homes. We do have a lot of small lots. We have neighborhoods that have a mixture of small lots and large lots. And so, that is an issue that, of course, that we look at. The reason why you're getting calls, Matt, I could explain. We actually, in a part of our brainstorming meeting, we have actually much more friendly meeting. We basically explain the process. We talk about what the threshold is, which people, I believe, a lot didn't understand up to this point in time. And one of the other, there's about a dozen changes in the process that we made, all minor modifications. But to be more friendly, I've followed up with anybody who appears irritated at these meetings about a week later. And I distinguish basically the ordinance of a footprint, 40% footprint, setbacks, size of home allowed for a lot, what our role is, which our role is to go out and look at the individual property, see what the specific situation is. And the third part that we do, of course, is the public comment, which is very important, to have the neighbors there talking. And in sitting down with people from a half hour to an hour and a half, I basically tell them that it is a city council that really sets the policy as far as size, and do recommend as part of the communication they could talk to any of the council people. I mean, because there is this mixed camp of people that want to add on big houses and people that don't. And so, again, the reason for your phone calls, and again, just to clarify, again, I think we're okay with a threshold. It's mainly an issue of size of homes. Any questions? And I'm sorry, I had a 7 o'clock, up till 7 o'clock meeting in San Jose that I was rushing up here to.
So if I heard you correctly, Randy, what you tell people is, if you don't like it, just call the mayor.
It's called me. No, what I tell them, that it's an ever-changing policy, it's government, and you should talk to your council person, definitely. I encourage that very, very much.
Good, thank you. I have just one more question, and then I would like to move on from this, and that is simply one of the things that EDCC does comment on occasionally is colors and materials and so forth. And I don't know where that came into play. Was it in the original intent of the council that created the EDCC? I've never seen any backup material on that. And even currently, where does EDCC get its guidelines on those items, on colors? Because I remember, Inga will remember this, when we were talking about the housing policy and so forth, and there was on multifamily, and there was something in there about earth tones, and I think, Inga, you were the one that said, what are earth tones, and maybe we should just take those out. EDCC is doing something. I don't know where they get their guidelines from.
The City Council adopted design guidelines for the residential additions, and there is discussion about architectural treatments in addition to landscaping. And there are occasions when paint colors, contrasting colors, accent colors can be used to do that. So that's where the EDCC has used that to take neighborhood comments in, for example, to help certain accent colors reduce bulk or mass.
So does that ordinance that you have there, that applies to all homes in San Carlos? Or, you know, it seems to my counsel, it seems a bit discriminatory, if you will, that if somehow you've hit this threshold, you're going to EDCC, and now someone can tell you what color to paint your house versus the guy who's just putting on a family room addition. He's under the mark. He builds his addition. He paints his house. When he's done, it's flamingo pink, and no one can say a word about it. That's
Matt, I think that's
It actually applies to all additions.
Yeah.
So
Design
not,
guidelines.
if it can be an administrative or it can be the design guidelines, so it doesn't apply just to EDCC items.
okay. So it is across the board. That's my concern, is that, you know, we need to be judicious about rules like that, that they apply equally to everyone and not just folks who come in with applications.
You have a higher level of review with EDCC since the neighbors, there's a sort of a greater neighborhood outreach, and I think that's where the fine-tuning of the final design comes into play. I'd like to offer a couple of closing comments, unless there are any other questions.
Go ahead. Yeah, that'd be fine.
Just our experience, our observation thus far is that the complaints on the resulting approvals or denials are relatively isolated, that generally people are having a positive experience with the process. That's not to say that the complaints aren't valid. They're just more isolated, and I think the compliments have outweighed those concerns. And the experiences we've had with the neighbors that we've worked with that have had strong concerns, and I know that have gone to Mayor Grocott, I think have ultimately seen staff as a vehicle to try to address their concerns and have been pleased at the end. I can't say that everybody is, we haven't made 100% of the people pleased, but the process in our experience has worked. If the council policy at a future date is to look at an ultimate cap, that certainly would make our jobs easier as well, clear direction. So,
Thank you, Liz. Okay, we'll move on to item 6A. Randy, thank you very much as well. Thank you. Yes.
Through the chair, just so that staff is clear on how to bring this item back. This issue could require some research, and it could take there's going to be community interest, and it could be quite involved. And so the question that I would have for the council is this something that you want us to bring back prior to August? Is it something that you'd like to have us consider at August during the retreat and work study session for future work product moving into the next year? Or is it something that needs to be addressed this summer while we're putting the budget together and other tasks?
I think, I mean, my preference would be it's going to take some time for staff to do it. It doesn't, again, if it's not really broken, I tend to be with Bob. If it's not really broken, maybe we should fix it. But I would see this actually as a 2007 initiative as part of the overall general plan stuff that you guys are doing. It gives you an opportunity to do some what I would consider competitive analysis. What are other communities doing that are like San Carlos? I know I'm actually quite fearful of becoming like Belmont was, 15, 20 years ago when they actually had a building moratorium because there was such an anti-growth sentiment at the time. And so, and I'm sure, other communities have gone through that as well, where, it's sort of like too many houses are being developed, and then, the city government tends to come back and say, okay, it's all or nothing. And so I would just, if staff were to do this, be interested in what communities have caps, if any, or what their recommendation would be, but as part of the overall general plan initiative that I know staff's going to be undertaking in the next 12 to 18 months, I'm guessing, by the time it all goes through the public process.
Yeah, my guess is we should put it on the list to be considered at the next strategic retreat that we have, and we'll put that in the mix with other things that we're considering and see where it is on the priority scale and move it forward at that point in time. It doesn't seem to me that something we need to move forward and get tackled in the next 3 months.
I think the next retreat would be soon enough.
Okay. And that's good. All right, so August. 6A should go pretty quickly. It's a recommendation that the City Council reappoint Jack Baumgarten, Tony Pinero, and Margaret Pye to the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee with terms ending April 8th, 2009. Staff, do you have any report on this at all, or that's good enough? Council, any comments, questions, or we just want to go to a motion?
I would move approval of, or move reappointment, it's been a long day, of the 3 individuals to our BPAC committee.
And I would second that with thanks to Jack and Tony and Margaret for the great work they do. I think we haven't been involved in this very long, but I'm really quite impressed with the work this committee has been able to accomplish so far.
I would agree with that. We have a motion. We have a second. Roll call. Christine.
Councilmember Teagle Doherty.
Yes.
Councilmember Davids.
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis.
Yes.
Mayor Grocott.
Yes. Okay, that brings us to item 8. Excuse me. What happened to my 7 tab? I don't know.
Public comment.
Yes, there is no tab. Okay. And I do have a speaker card. This is a time for public comment. If anyone wishes to speak to the council on an item that is not on the posted agenda, now I have 2 speaker cards. The first is Chet Moore.
Members of the council and Mr. Grocott, my name is Chester Moore. My wife and I have resided in San Carlos since 1972 on a continuous basis. And I truly wish that I was not here tonight. And I truly wish that the reasons for me being here and standing up and speaking to you had never, ever occurred. My comments tonight are prompted by our mayor, Mr. Grocott's quoted comments in the weekend edition of the Examiner and on the April 19 edition of the San Mateo County Times, where, once again, our mayor appears to castigate existing members, sitting members of this council and prior council members for decisions made in the past that were believed to be in the best interest of the city at the time they were made. Specifically, the Examiner makes reference to, quote, questionable practices, close quote, which occurred in the past, which gave rise to 2 grand jury investigations involving the actions of this city. The first had to do with the city's handling of the city clerk, which gave rise to which in my opinion, a very questionable civil grand jury investigation. For what reason, who knows. And the second had to do with the industrial road repair facility. I do not wish to revisit those issues. Some of us believe that that never belonged as a grand jury item. It did not need to be resurfaced in the course of those press comments. What I find, and many of my ilk find offensive, is the mayor's continued criticism of people who have in the past and continue to devote their time, their talent, and their love of this city to this city. They do not seek higher office. They do not seek political favor. They do not engage in self-aggrandizement. Mike King is one of those people. He has devoted decades to serving this community and has asked nothing in return. He has had and will continue to have my respect and gratitude for helping make this city and its system of governance one in which its citizens could take pride. I do indeed believe there has been a horrible miscarriage of justice. However, that's not the issue for tonight. That's an issue that will be decided in and by the courts. It is, however, my humble opinion that the proper thing to have been done would have been to acknowledge the years of service that Mr. King has given this city, both on the Planning Commission and in that very chair in which you are sitting, and to have expressed regret as to the circumstances leading up to that trial. Had the circumstances been reversed, and had it been the mayor that had been convicted, you, Mr. Grocott, I would have expected nothing less from Mike King. That you could not see fit to do so in the press is sad, but then to have done so would have required a touch of class. I know that you believe that by making these comments, you are doing the right thing and in some perverse way are advancing the interests of this city, of which I have spent most of my adult life. Please understand that there are many of us who disagree and disagree strongly. In all due respect, Mr. Mayor, your comments to the press can be readily summed up in one word: inappropriate. Wholly inappropriate. Thank you. And
Next
by the
public
way,
comment is from Pat Bell.
Thank you, Pat Bell, San Carlos. I hadn't planned to say this, but again, someone has not had the 2-minute limit applied to him, and I think it should be. I mean, it's hard for you to cut him off because he's lambasting you, and it would look bad, but he should have made his comments 2 minutes. Anyway, my comment, I'm going to try to finesse in case the meeting runs really late and not talk about the fire item that's on the agenda, but talk about priorities in our community where you have 2 items on the agenda, $260,000 for new telephones and $100,000 to keep our fire department limping along. And so, and soon you're going to be talking about millions of dollars for artificial turf. And I want you to look at it that way, you know, a place for children to play, new telephones, and public safety. It seems to me that the priorities should be obvious and that there shouldn't be a lot of discussion about which of those 3 has to come first when it comes to dollars. I know the telephones come out of another fund and it's can only be used for certain things, but while this city was putting aside money for capital improvements like new telephones, it was not putting aside money for new fire trucks. There isn't any money for new fire trucks. And I think that needs to change. We need to start thinking about the millions set aside for parks and the hundreds of thousands set aside for telephones and start setting aside money for fire trucks. Thank you.
That brings us to item 8, which is the consent calendar. These items will be approved with one motion unless anyone would like to have one discussed separately. I did have a couple of here that I would like to pull. I don't hear anybody else that would. I wanted to consider item M and item, is that L? That's L, yes. And I'm sorry, Bob, I'm going to pull one of these claims. I guess just G would be fine, just to ask the question. So, with that, I would entertain a motion for items A through F, H through K.
So moved.
And do we have a second? Okay, that was Bob Grisilli and made the motion. Vice Mayor Davids made a second. Roll call.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Davids?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Teagle Doherty?
Yes.
Mayor Grocott?
Yes. And on item G, I simply wanted to ask a question.
Jeff's going to give it a shot.
Where are we? 8. Let's get there. Here we are. Jeff, I just wanted to ask a question on this because of just the amount, and I was actually talking to the city attorney about this beforehand, but how do we look at these when, this is such a small amount of money, and I'm not suggesting that we invite people to lay claim against us for small amounts and we'll just roll over, but, this is for $26.25, the staff time, the paper, everything else. Can you just take us through that a little bit, how we look at these?
Sure. I mean, obviously, every claim we evaluate individually. In a lot of instances, we will deny claims just based on starting the statute of limitations, the legal process to get the claim rolling, so that we have a certain amount of time to evaluate it without extending the statute. In most instances, though, at the point of denial, we're really not looking too closely at the dollar figure, so that a $26 claim or a $26,000 claim may draw the same denial. If we had felt at the time we issued the letter of denial that the city may have some liability, then certainly I think on a $26 claim we would likely consider it. In this instance, the stamp cost about 32 cents and the letter's a form letter, so we felt it was appropriate to deny this particular claim.
So it is somewhat based on, if we think it's viable or not.
If we
of a
have
claim.
information up front that we feel that the city is culpable for a claim, then,
Then we just pay it if it's a small
well,
amount?
we
or-
usually look at it, seriously and consult with our attorney on whether or not we should settle the claim.
Is part of that also, and maybe Bob could speak to this as well, once you pay a claim, do you open yourself up to further liability because you're accepting guilt or something like that?
No, when we pay a claim, we obtain a release, so we won't have
Okay.
any future liability unless it's some crumbling part of the sidewalk, so we make sure we fix it before someone else trips and falls.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. With that, I'd accept a motion to approve that item.
So moved, item G.
Second?
And roll call?
Councilmember Davids?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes?
Councilmember Teagle Doherty?
Yes.
Mayor Grocott?
Yes. Parviz, item 8L is the Alameda project from Britton Avenue to Redwood City. And it did say here that it did not involve removing any turning lanes. And I know you are aware of the complaints we got for removing turning lanes to put in bicycle lanes at the northern portion of this project, if you will, if you want to consider it as two different projects. And also on the narrowness of the lanes themselves. So could you speak to us about what's happening on this portion of the work?
Yeah, in this portion, as I indicated in the memo, we're not eliminating any turn lanes. First of all, like we did at Rock Ridge at the north end. And as far as the narrowing the lanes, again, it's the same policy we've been following. The travel lanes will be 10 foot wide, like it is on Industrial Road on San Carlos Avenue, that we went to 10-foot lanes. And again, at the north end of Alameda, again, travel lanes are 10 foot. So that has been, we started 10 foot when it been Industrial Road, we've been following that, and it's been working very well. It slows traffic down a little bit. So same policy applies. Travel lanes will be 10 foot wide, and bike lanes will be 5 feet wide.
I have another question. I wanted to comment on the width of the lanes. I have noticed on the northern portion and on San Carlos Avenue, quite frankly, that I can't tell you how many times I follow behind people and they ignore the 10-foot width travel lane and just drive right over the bicycle lane, especially when there's any kind of gradual turn in the road, things like that. I was following a contractor's truck the other day, big Chevy thing with toolboxes on the back, the whole way from Redwood City until we got to San Carlos Avenue, bike lane, driving over the bike lane, or the portion of it, from Britton, I guess, is where it starts. Couldn't believe it.
I believe it. I've seen it. And some motorists do that even if the lanes were 12 feet wide. As soon as it comes to a horizontal curve, people cross those lines. You're absolutely right. But actually on San Carlos Avenue, we didn't have a choice. If you want to put bike lanes, there is no more room. As you can see, shoulders, parking areas, some of the sidewalk, and industrial road. We explained all the design that we had to do, but you're absolutely right. As soon as there's a horizontal curve, some other risk cross the line.
And through the chair, just on that point, that was, when we talked about that originally, that was my concern when we graded up the old center line. It threw people more into the bike lane because you still, on your tires, feel the bump, a bump, a bump, a bump. So you tend to move over to get off of that, which throws you in the bike lane. And I think when we talked about that, we said maybe either next year, the northern part of Alameda will be redone, so hopefully it'll be a short-term problem.
We just applied for the federal fund, and it's going to be approved, so next year.
So that'd be a repaving and striping project? And I said I had one more question, so that is, when you're, and I'm not sure where the Redwood City line is. In fact, I know some homes on that street are actually in the county, right, on the Alameda. So.
Actually, that's a good question. Redwood City, the southbound, as if you know where De Anza is, west side of the street is in Redwood City, and the east side is in San Carlos. So that continues that way. So the way we try to put it together, we try to have us do all of that, and Redwood City do their share, but Caltrans wouldn't approve it. There are a lot of difficulties with that, and Caltrans said only if one of the cities is going to be lead agency, then you can do that, do the one project. We tried to do that. We're running out of time. It will require agreement between the two cities that will be approved by Caltrans. Would have taken 3 or 4 months. We were running out of time. So unfortunately, when you see Redwood City is going to pave that section as well. But if we go first, you're going to see we will grind at the center line. We pave the east side, and the Redwood City come back later and pave the west side, or vice versa. Redwood City goes first.
So the boundary between Redwood City and San Carlos, as far as the road is concerned, is, or let's put it in terms of lanes, northbound and southbound, happen in a different location.
Exactly.
And that will affect the project. So when you're coming from Redwood City into San Carlos, where's the border?
The border is just south of Eaton. It's almost north of the creek. That's, but as I said, southbound is, as De Anza, south is all in Redwood City.
So the bike lanes will stop at De Anza or thereabouts. So then I have a question regarding coming into San Carlos. Currently, there's a situation where there's 2 lanes that go straight and people are expected to merge, and you get into people racing each other off the stop sign. Now, sometimes, people pull up there and they're actually taking a right onto Eaton, perfectly fine. Will we be addressing that at all, or was that looked at? Or?
Well, this bike lane will eliminate that second lane. So coming through, you're coming on one lane and continuing on one lane, because that extra portion of the travel lane becomes bike lane.
Can we still afford to have a right turn lane there, though? So
sure, the right turn, because the bike lane approaching every intersection is dash line. That's the purpose. Everybody can make a right turn.
Okay.
So that eliminates that problem. I know I've been reviewing that problem, and I thought, one of these days we'll take care of it. This will take care of that.
Okay. I've asked a lot of questions and maybe brought up some things other council members want to jump in here.
I just have one other question. With the price of oil, I know that asphalt prices are rising, and in here you mentioned the estimated project cost. Do you have an idea when that will be finalized, the project cost?
This cost estimate is based on 2 weeks ago, and we are all considering now one way will be to, it's going to come to a point the contractors are not going to submit a proposal based on today's asphalt prices. So it's going to come to a point that we have to put a language in that the contractor submits his price based on today's prices, and when he has to deliver, if the price has gone up with documentation from the plants, we may have to give him extra.
But this for this particular estimate, do you imagine this is going to change?
This estimate, we're keeping it that way. That's the way it's been submitted to Caltrans as well. Right. But I said, before award of the contract, this, depending on what they bid, it may be higher.
Great, thank you.
Okay, entertain a motion for this item. Oh, excuse me. Thank you, Christine. We have a speaker on this item. Caleb Rostron?
Good evening, Caleb Rostron, 241 Bayview Drive. I'd like to comment on the width of the lanes versus the bike lanes. The few times that I've seen bicyclists use the bike lanes, almost to a person, they ride the white line along the traffic lane, not staying in the bike lane. And sometimes it makes it very hard not to clip them with the side mirrors on my pickup truck. So I think that needs to be taken into consideration when we're considering the width of the traffic lanes and the placement of the bicycle lanes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. I would entertain a motion on this then.
I'll move that we approve a motion, item 8L.
Second.
Okay, Brad made the motion, Tom made the second. Christine, roll call.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Davids?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Teagle Doherty?
Yes.
Mayor Grocott?
Yes. Okay, and last item is item 8M. And I just had a couple of questions on this. I guess, Mark? Yeah. I did notice a difference between the two. One's an at-will and one is not. Can you comment on that? And just so people know what I'm speaking of, the Community Development Director is not listed as at-will under definition, and the Economic Development Director is listed under the definition on the first page as this position is at-will.
I would have thought that both would have been at-will employees. They're both considered at-will employees in the city. It just seems to be neglected from the definition within the Community Development Director position, and we can add that at your discretion.
Okay. The other question I had regarded the education and training for the Community Development Director, and it talks about, this is on the back side of the copy, under education and training it says major coursework in planning, public administration, business administration, or a related field. And I realize you can't get Superman to do this job, but the concern I have is that this person will also oversee the programs under essential and important duties, ensure all plans for residential, commercial, and industrial buildings are checked for compliance with applicable codes and policies. And it's just my feeling. I'll open this up to the council, of course. I think this person needs to have some background in that area in order to oversee the building department as well as they're overseeing planning and other things.
Well, what I can comment is by saying that within the education and training, we do talk about the need for some relative building department operations experience in a public agency. And so we are trying to account for that experience within the job description. And we simply haven't spelled it out as being coursework that we would require that the person have or a degree in it. But we are looking for operational experience in that area. But we'll accept degrees in the other areas that are mentioned. Now, I will say that, as represented to the City Council previously, it's my hope that we will be able to find a professional planner to fill that position. I don't think it's unrealistic to expect that we would entertain and interview applicants that would have, though, true broad-based community development experience. This is not an uncommon type of job description, but without advertising, and we're proposing that we retain a professional search firm to help us solicit candidates for this position. I can't speak to the qualifications of the candidates that we might have until we go through that process. But we have indicated within the job description that we're looking for experience in the building trades.
Okay. And the reason I point that out, I guess, is, we've got some big things coming down the pike with the adoption of the International Building Code. California is going to be changing from the UBC to the International Code, and that'll have some ramifications, and someone's going to have to be, they don't have to be intimate with it, but they have to be aware of it and aware of how that might be applied and be able to give direction to staff and so forth on those issues. We've even had some issues I know even in this city with applicants already on some different things, because there are certain things that have been anticipated in the international code that certain cities have already adopted and taken up. I know we haven't, and it gets a little confusing out there. So the person, suffice to say, needs to have some background in that area, or some knowledge in that area.
So what would you suggest changing? As I'm reading this, it seems like we're sort of covering what you think an essential requirement is, and it certainly sounds like that's the intention of who we'd want to require. I'm just looking at this thinking, boy, it sort of looks covered to me. I don't know, unless you think that.
No, I think what the city manager has said, that having some relative building department experience,
right?
And I guess my point in bringing it up is just to highlight it, that these are things coming down the pike. There are big issues. This person will need to be able to give direction to staff on those issues and be knowledgeable of it. I'm not really, now that the city manager has pointed out this language in the description, I think that's sufficient.
Great.
So, I have one last question. I know it kind of relates to our budget. I know this is in the budget for last year, but it's not being funded, this position. And so we'll have to fund this in the future, whereas we are not now.
Well, it's my understanding that there actually has been funding for this position. So there's no budget impact for what's being proposed here. But in all actuality, it will take us until next fiscal year to actually fill the position. So it will be something that we will account for in the budgeting process as we bring forward in the upcoming year. The reason we haven't brought forward at this same time the deputy or the assistant public works director / city engineer is because that is a new position that is not funded within the current budget and would require a funding allocation, a new funding allocation. And so we would be proposing to show you funding sources for that within the proposed budget for next year. The community development director position already exists. The economic development director already exists, albeit it has a housing responsibility currently. They have not, or the community development director has not been filled, and so the city would be accruing salary savings from that position.
But when you speak to us, Mark, and this is, looking down the road to later in May when we actually look at the budget, I suppose, but I just want to understand this. When we look at these numbers of a 1.7 million or whatever the latest number is about this deficit, this structural deficit, that's based on a budget and revenue, or is it actually based on actual expenditures, actual income? Do you see what I'm saying, the difference?
It's budget, and it's budgeted expenditure levels and anticipated revenues.
Okay.
So when we bring forward a budget for you for next year, we will show you what, how close we've come to being a balanced budget just for base operations, and then we'll bring forward recommendations to you that would balance that budget, that either would include increasing revenues or cutting expenditures in one fashion or another. But what we will show you will be budgeted expenditures and anticipated revenues. In some cases, it's not unusual, for example, that you don't spend every dime that is budgeted, and that's the reason that the city has some reserves left, is because when we've had positions that are vacant, such as the community development director, we've got a hiring freeze in place. We don't fill it. We're saving that money that otherwise would be expended on that position. Obviously, our economic development efforts are sacrificed to some degree with respect to that particular position because we have not filled it, but there are savings accruing attributable to those vacancies.
And when you're looking at the budget currently, you're looking at it as though these two positions are in there?
Yes.
And funded?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. Any other questions from the council? No? So I would entertain a motion on this as well.
I move that we accept item 8M.
Second.
Okay, that was Council Member Bob Grisilli moved and Brad Lewis seconded. Roll call.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Davids?
Yes.
Councilmember Teal Doherty?
Yes.
Mayor Grocott?
Yes. Okay, how you doing down there, Tom? Do we need to maybe take a break? Are you all right?
We're doing fine.
Okay, so we'll move on to item 9A. Is this Liz, our planning director, or Bob Lanzone, our attorney?
I'll give it a shot.
Okay.
Members of the council, what you really have before you is a definition to be added to the sign ordinance for community activity sign. Before we redid the sign ordinance, just last year, I believe, our sign ordinance did have a definition for community activity sign. It was not, for some reason, carried forward. And we do have in the code 2 instances where we have community activity signs. Off-site, such as the banner across Laurel Street, and A-frame signs. And as you can see from Exhibit B, we have an application. Someone comes in to the receptionist at City Hall, looks at the card, fills it out, and tries to indicate what kind of an activity they're going to have. Is it a city-sponsored event? Is it just a city organization's event, like Rotary or Kiwanis? Or is it some outside third-party organization? Right now, if you're a third-party organization, you don't, there's not enough, I think it's safe to say that the off-site signs are all used up, the A-frame signs are basically used up, and they're not, you're not allowed to put up an A-frame sign if you're a third party not related to the city. Staff has been trying to handle this by saying, well, they look at the field use, and if you have mostly San Carlos people involved, then they consider it a community activity. Basically, we need to put a definition back in the sign ordinance, and we propose that to you tonight to indicate that a sign, poster, banner, or A-frame advertising for community activity is one where the organization whose membership or participants are primarily 50% or more city residents. That's really what we'd like to put back in the code.
Would there be a requirement, Bob, of proof, or do we basically look them in the eye, and if they say so, it is so?
It's an administrative issue. I don't think we require proof right now. I'd leave that to the administrative handling at the staff level.
Okay.
So the, which category would, like, you know, a youth sports, you know, Little League, AYSOC, would that fall into the third party?
It would be a city civic organization.
Okay.
So Little League would undoubtedly have more than 50% of its participants city residents, so they would have no trouble putting up an A-frame sign.
Great.
That was the intent, I think, when these regulations were developed. Right?
Any other questions of staff on this item? Okay.
Public hearing, and you have an ordinance before you for introduction.
Okay, so it is a public hearing. I have no speaker cards on this item, but I see somebody waving their hand that would like to come up and speak on this. I think this is Pat Bell.
I just have one question. Is it still true that a third party could not put up any form of sign? That wasn't clear in Mr. Lanzone's.
Yes.
That's true.
Yeah, what he's saying is if you're a third party, have no association to the city, don't have a, you know, if it's a club or organization and does not have 50% membership of, you know, city residents, or is not a, you know, like we have the service organizations, Rotary, Lions, et cetera, they would be able to.
But if it were a
was
different service
city-sponsored.
organization that didn't have a San Carlos chapter and was trying to start one, they wouldn't be able to. I'm just trying to think. I never thought about this stuff.
The SanCarlosSingles.com doesn't make it.
No.
Damn, Tom.
Good one, Tom.
Oh,
Although they
Tom.
have signs around, but
They're on telephone poles. They're not on it.
Okay, fair enough question. I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second. Second.
All in favor, or do we have to take a roll call on that?
Favor's good.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? And then I would entertain
I will
introduction and ordinance.
introduce ordinance number
1371.
An ordinance of the City of San Carlos amending the San Carlos Municipal Code, amending the sign ordinance section 18.150.040, providing a definition for community activity signs.
Second.
And that was Councilmember Inga Teagle Doherty moved, Bob Grisilli second. Roll call.
Councilmember Teagle Doherty?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Davids?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Mayor Grocott?
Yes. Okay, and that then brings us to item, make sure I have this correct, 10A, which is unfinished business on the Belmont Creek box culvert. Parviz Mukhtari, City Engineer.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this project was presented to you at your January 9th meeting when you adopted the environmental document for the project. This is Industrial Road, and that's north, and this is the Belmont Creek. These are two existing box culverts. So the project is to add another box culvert on the north side to increase the capacity to a 100-year storm. As part of the project, as we construct this box culvert, we have to install a retaining wall on this side and a retaining wall on this side, basically for a few reasons. One is for the slope protection, and the other one, this retaining wall will be retaining. There's a driveway here, commercial driveway, and a commercial driveway here, so that these retaining walls will be retaining these driveways and are capable of taking the surcharge load of the trucks and all the vehicles driving through these driveways. About 2 years ago, actually, this property owner was concerned. He didn't want to let us construct this wall because basically it's on his property. So we had a meeting with the property owner and attorneys, and we showed that actually they'll really benefit from this because without this, almost every year, this is one of the properties that gets flooded. The water goes over Industrial Road and through the driveway onto the parking lot. At the last, the January 9th meeting, some residents expressed concern about constructing concrete walls in the creeks, and they wanted us to design something with more environmentally sensitive material, and the City Council directed the staff to investigate those options. This is one option that actually right now has been designed and being installed. The way to do it, what you can see here, actually these cells are made out of special fabric. They are stapled together, and they are installed in this manner at the slope of 1-to-1. It has to be 1-to-1, otherwise it will not be stable. And the way it's designed, the back part of these cells are filled with drain rocks for the water can go through the drain rock, or from the groundwater can go through the drain rock. And the front portion of these cells are filled with topsoil. And the topsoil is placed all over at the top, and then it's planted. And the plants will grow, and it looks very nice. It becomes very natural. However, the problem with this, as you can see, the slope of 1-to-1, it cannot be any steeper than 1-to-1. If you want to do the slope of 1-to-1, with the depth of this area that we're doing, this retaining walls, we have to take approximately 10 feet the strip of these driveways. For example, from this retaining wall, you have to take this retaining wall back here, build a retaining wall there, and then take the 10-foot strip of this property all the way to here to be able to design and construct that environmentally sensitive slope protection. Of course, this is almost it makes these driveways not usable for commercial use, makes the driveways. Right now, they're approximately 20 feet wide, so we take 10 or 11 feet of it off. There's not much left. Of course, these property owners are not willing to dedicate their properties or even sell it because it really is a hardship to these properties. So at this point, based on that, we really constructing anything other than these concrete retaining walls is not feasible here. So we recommend that the City Council approve the project and adopt the plans and the specifications and authorize City Clerk to call for bids so we can construct this project this summer. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions?
Well, I think we gave it a good try, but it seems to me as though the box culvert is the answer and something we ought to proceed with.
I appreciate you looking into this. Before, I think the specs called for riprap as a concrete wall.
No, riprap, as you can see on this side, there is existing riprap, and there is part of it. And here, behind the wall, there is a little piece that we have to put the riprap. It's only there. But otherwise, this wall is just solid, vertical retaining walls.
Okay, great. Thank you.
What's the angle from, I'm seeing a dashed line up above, like near the word relocate. Is that the edge of the paving?
This is where the contractor has to cut the asphalt, the driveway, to be able to construct and form the wall. And
where's the edge of the drive right now?
The edge of the drive is actually right here. This is the north edge of the drive. You see that triangle? And south, in other words, is right there.
So there's no slope at all?
No slope.
Okay. Okay. Somebody want to, any other discussion?
I would make a motion that we approve the adoption of the plans and specifications as presented this evening and authorize the city clerk to call for bids on the industrial, the Belmont Creek box culvert.
Second the motion.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Doherty and seconded by Councilmember Grisilli. Roll call.
Councilmember Teagle Doherty?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Davids?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Mayor Grocott?
Yes. Brings us to the next item, which is 11A, consideration of appeal of Natalia Litchev to building officials' denial of installation of heating and air conditioning at 27 Willow Glen.
Hi, my name is Natalia, and I'm the homeowner at 27 Willow Glen. This is my husband, Uba, but I will be speaking on behalf of both of us tonight. And we've been living in San Carlos for over a decade now, and we are building our home right now. And this is something that we were looking forward to do for a long time, since '98. And we were, amending the design and trying to get a perfect fit for what we wanted. And one of the things we want in our home is the basement, because we've accumulated lots of stuff over the years, and we need a place, we need extra storage to store whatever we've accumulated. And had we wanted anything else, we've surely would have applied for the necessary permits, as we have done so far. We've applied for every permit, we've paid all the fees, and there was no reason for us not to do so had we wanted a habitable area in our basement. What we do not want to have a habitable area. We want to have a storage in our basement. Our home is pretty, well, it's not huge. It's about 2,700 square feet. And we just have like one linen closet. We do not have a single walk-in closet in our home. So there's just no place to store for storage. But actually that is not the main issue here. The issue here is that the building department denied our Title 24 calculations approval. They would not approve our Title 24 calculations, which means that we cannot condition our basement. And, before I even go further with, the breaking down of the issues, I just want to say that we complied with every law there is, and I personally searched the building code, the energy code, St. Carlos ordinances, and I just did not find any law or ordinance that would prohibit installation of heating and air conditioning in a basement, be it either habitable or inhabitable. The building department submitted for your consideration the guidelines, the ICC guidelines for the basement, basement guidelines they're called. And, before I even discuss the guidelines, I'd like to point out that this is not, ICC is not a governmental body. It's just an informal organization that offers, guidelines for construction. So it's cannot be even considered a law or an ordinance. But even if you look at the guidelines, you see that there is no prohibition on conditioning of a basement. There is a prohibition on conditioning of a subfloor area, but our basement is not a subfloor area because, if you look at the definition of what a subfloor area is, it says the subfloor area is something that's beneath the ground, and the height of the ceilings should be below 7 feet. And in our basement, we have, I think, over 8 feet ceiling, so it's not a subfloor area. So there is no prohibition in the guidelines as well for installation of heating and air conditioning in the basement. So now, taking into consideration that there is nothing out there that prohibits installation of heating and air conditioning in the basement, my question is, why does the building department prohibits us to do so? And the building department has two arguments, basically. So the first argument is they have a discretion to do so. They have a discretion to interpret the code. And my answer to I believe that they do not have a discretion because there is, clearly a lot of decisions by California courts that say if there is specific law as to what they need to do, and if an applicant complied, for example, a permit applicant complied with all applicable laws and regulations, they do not have discretion. They have to issue a permit. They are not the lawmaker. They have to. There is no room for discretion here. It's called a ministerial duty. They have a ministerial duty to issue a permit, or in our case, to approve our Title 24 energy calculations. The second, what does the building department say? They say that we are going to basically we are basically going to convert our basement into a habitable area, despite the fact that on multiple occasions we represented to them, to the building official, that we are not planning to convert our basement. And his argument is that, other people do that. Other people convert the attics, the uninhabitable attics, into habitable spaces. And, to me, it's just a due process. To me, it sounds like it's unconstitutional, due process violation, because he cannot punish us for something that other people do. Other people commit crimes. It doesn't mean that we will commit crime. If other people speed, it doesn't mean that we will speed. So why deny us the conditioning solely on the basis that he believes that we are lying to him? I mean, to me, I'm speechless. I cannot even tell you how frustrated I am because somebody's accusing me of lying, basically, without even having any grounds for that. The second argument they have, and I think that's what they're basing, their belief that we lie to them, is because the building official thinks that our basement looks like it's going to be a habitable area. And to this, I can say that it's not. It doesn't look like it's going to be a habitable area. There are exposed beams, exposed plumbing. We complied with minimal code requires just one outlet there, one little window to provide for some natural light. So it's not going to be, it doesn't look like it's going to be a habitable area, and we're not planning for it to be a habitable area. So basically what we need a storage. And it's not an issue, what are we going to store in this basement, because that was pretty much an issue with the building official, because he was interested, what are we going to store in our basement? And we don't know what we're going to store. Maybe it's going to partially it's going to be a wine cellar. Maybe it's going to be a wine cellar fully. Maybe my husband will have this computer rack storage because he's in computer business. So it's not an issue. The issue is that there is no law out there that prohibits us from conditioning our basement. For example, if you take the walk-in closets, people have huge walk-in closets. I've seen myself lots of walk-in closets of huge sizes. And, I don't think that the building official would issue a ban on the conditioning of those walk-in closets just because people may convert them into bedrooms. And I see no difference. If you compare a walk-in closet and a base, I just see no difference in, if we're going to apply, the building department's rationale as to how we are, and assume that everybody's lying. So this is just unacceptable to me. I think in this country, there should be, law should be law, and you cannot just issue an arbitrary and capricious decision based on what he thinks his relatives are doing with their wine cellar, or based on what he thinks we are going to do in the basement. I submit. Thank you very much.
Oops, sorry, I had my mic off. Thank you very much. Jack, do you have a report you'd like to give us?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Excuse my throat, it's a little raspy right now. I just wanted to make a couple of points. I believe my staff report was fairly clear and fairly complete. I want to make a few comments, however. Keep in mind the ducting has already been installed on this property to the basement area. It was not requested to be removed. It was actually found it was installed without approval, let's put it that way, back in, I believe, December. Secondly, ICC, as some of you may know, is an organization that does produce the building code. The ICC chapters that I mentioned in my report to you is an indication of the cities and the associations which represent the cities that have approved and used the exact same philosophy and interpretation of the code that the city of San Carlos does. The three ICC chapters represent over 60 cities and counties in the tri-chapter area, including cities on the peninsula, East Bay, and the Monterey chapter. Each of those individual chapters had voted to approve this philosophy and this guideline to be used by those individual chapters and individual cities. Also, I put an email out to other cities in California on a listserv put together by Association of Bay Area Governments, and I received approximately 20 to 25 responses from other cities that indicate they do exactly the same thing we do. We are not out in left field on this issue. I also want to bring to your attention, which you may already know, I had to dig up my old job description from 10 years ago, and the second item on my job description after managing the building department is to interpret the building codes. We don't have tracks in this town. I mean, we have them, but they haven't been built in many years. Every single house out there is an individual entity. There's not a similar or exact house anywhere. So we make interpretations of the code every single day, likely dozens or hundreds every week on issues just like this. Today we received a response from the property owner indicating her reference to a Great Western versus the City of Los Angeles. Our attorney has not had an opportunity to review this. but basically it's, the case is relatively well-known. It's the duty of building departments to issue permits when all issues have been resolved and they are in compliance with the code. That is not the issue. We have issued the building permit. They're virtually done with this project. This is an interpretation issue, has nothing to do with this law case, but I'll let our attorneys comment on that when the time arises. One of the responses that we received was from Mr. Pena from the California Energy Commission, who is also on the listserv. He clearly calls that and defines that as a room addition because they have added heating to it and requires they meet the conditions for a habitable area. Has to do with heating and air conditioning that particular area. If you look at the guideline, that's only one piece of it. You cannot pick and choose the portions of the building or energy or electrical or mechanical codes that you'd like to be involved in. It's habitable or it's not habitable. There's no, we can't establish a gray line between the two, or we will have every combination known to mankind traversing back and forth across the line. And lastly, in response to her the property owner's latest comments, not only are there heating and cooling ducts attached to the furnace already installed, there's recessed lighting in the lower basement. Lastly, there was a comment on the response that we received today concerning the square footage of the room in question. The property owners allege it's approximately 600 square feet. Our plan check engineer indicates it's about 800 square feet. If you could visualize this, we're talking about either a 3-car garage or a 4-car garage, just to put it into perspective. And I can answer any other questions you may have.
So, Jack, the plans came into you, or let me just back up a little bit. Is the basement area the only area that was part of the permit process, or were there other things going on in the house?
Oh, there was a gigantic remodel.
Big remodel?
Yes.
This room came in basically without any consideration for air conditioning or heating.
That room came in listed as a storage room on the original plans, and it was built as a storage room with a nice high ceiling, recessed lighting. Then, of course, we found the heating and air conditioning ducts added in at a later time.
And looking at your staff report, it seems to tell me that if the applicant revises their plan to include this as a habitable area, pays the appropriate fee, that it could be approved as a habitable area.
That is correct, completely correct.
So they submitted plans, they changed the plans, they did it on their own. They may not want to habit the area, but nevertheless it falls in the classification of an improvement that can be habitable if they go through the process and get approval for that. In other words, they pay the appropriate fees and they're on their way. They can do what they like. They can store in it. They can live in it.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Other council members, questions?
I'm excuse me. I'm still a little confused. I'm not very good at measuring things or reading plans. I know the mayor does a lot more of that, but 200 square feet sounds like even I might be able to figure that one out. I mean, is it 800 or is it 600? Or do I have to read the plan or have the mayor do it?
We have the plans here. It says 6 times 20.
Well, it says, but there's a scale.
Why don't you, tell you what, why don't you unroll your plans right here. Council members that want to go down and take a look at them, why don't you go ahead and go down and take a look.
Okay.
May I address a few points?
You need to come
You need
to
to
the
go
mic.
to the mic.
I just would like to address a few points.
Why don't you wait until this
Okay.
council member is finished looking?
Sure.
Go ahead. You can go ahead and talk. I can listen.
Oh, I
I can
can?
actually multitask here. Yeah.
Okay. So the first point that Mr. Aiello addressed is that the ducts were already installed. Yes, they were installed, but we were doing the entire duct installation in the house, so we just went ahead and installed everything. We were not aware that there should be like additional Title 24 requirement, for the unfinished basement. Nobody told us. We are owner builder. We don't have a general contractor, so we just didn't know about it. But then when somebody came for the inspection and pointed that out, we just went ahead and submitted the Title 24 calculations. But the ducts are, of course, already there because we hired one contractor, and he, installed the ducts for the entire house. So that's the reason. It's not because we were conspiring and planning in advance, and trying to deceive the building department, because we know we cannot, because they would come and see it, for the inspection. And that's one of the reasons. And the second reason, we wouldn't deceive the building department because we live in the city, and we just wouldn't deceive the city. We applied for every single permit. I mean, if you think about it, we could have just not told the city about it and just went ahead, had our final inspection, and then convert the basement. But we didn't want to do that. We wanted to comply with, with all the regulations, with all permit applications. We are honest and law-abiding citizens. And for the building department to accuse us of lying because, based on his, I don't know whose assumptions, let's say Mr. Aiello's assumptions, that even cannot be founded. But that's one point. The ICC chapter, we do not contest that this is a well-known and respected organization. That's fine. All I'm saying is that this organization is not a government body. But anyways, even the ICC chapter, if you look at the guidelines, basement guidelines, does not prohibit that. I mean, I just don't understand how the basement guidelines help the building department in this case, because they clearly say nothing about prohibition of the heating and air conditioning. Then building official says that he has, an authority to interpret the code, and that's fine. But in this case, I just don't understand what he's trying to interpret. I tried and I asked him several times, well, tell me, what are you trying to interpret? What code section? Because there is none. There is no code section which prohibits, the heating of if you have, for example, just imagine you have a house and you have a basement. Wouldn't you want your basement to be heated and air conditioned? Or would you like in the winter to have to put on a coat to go downstairs to get a bottle of wine, for example? Or, I don't know, or else just anything you store in your basement. So,
Could I ask you a question?
Oh, of course.
Is this a dollar issue?
No, it's not. It's not a dollar issue.
So if it's not a dollar issue,
no, it's just the principle. No. We do not want the habitable space in our basement.
You're building a 20. Is this working?
Yes, you're on.
You're building a 2,700 square foot home.
Yes.
I would assume it's fairly expensive to do that.
Yeah, we are 3 people.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to take a side on one or the other, but what would it cost to make it a habitable area? I just did some rough math. It's $3,000 plus some other things. So I'm just trying to understand the dollars issue here.
Well, had we applied for the fees from the very beginning and, done some adjustments to the plans or whatever, I estimate it wouldn't be like, I don't know, maybe $500-600 in fees or something like that,
well,
permit fees. I'm not sure.
Right. Well, I'm just asking. Is it a dollar? It's not a dollar issue.
It's not a dollar.
So if we said you had to do it, you'd be willing to pay to make it a habitable area?
Right now, if we wanted a habitable area, we would apply for the permits with the city. Right now, we just don't want to do that. In the future, if we want to do it and to get a habitable area to, convert or use whatever word you want to make our basement a habitable area, we will apply for the permits.
I guess I'm not asking the question properly. So it's a dollar issue. You don't want to pay these fees, and you don't want to make it a habitable area.
Well, right now, yeah, it's both. It's a dollar issue, and it's...
That's what my point is.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to identify where your concern is, okay? So it's dollars and cents.
Yeah, you could say that, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Have you gotten any estimates for how much it would cost to take the heating out of that area and roll it back to the furnace? Because that seems to
I
be
don't know.
sort of the trigger that's kicking it into habitable versus uninhabitable. And I understand your point about having to put a coat on to go down and get a bottle of wine, but, I mean, I run out to my garage and get stuff out of my refrigerator out there all the time, and I don't put a coat on. So, you know, if it's just storage, then I can understand Jack's point. And I think perhaps Jack may have miscommunicated and implying or making you feel like he was implying that you were lying. I don't think that's the case at all. I think it's really more that in many cases, things change. You know, you get pregnant, you get another child, whatever, you decide you need that space for a playroom or whatever it is, or you move, you have to sell your house and you move, and the next person comes in, they see the heat, they figure they'll throw up some sheetrock, and the next thing you know, it's a fully built-out basement and playroom or whatever. So it's not necessarily anything that's being held against you as an applicant. I think that it's really more the building official has to look at sort of just overall what are the chances of this being improved. And as you said, owner-builder, I've done homes owner-builder myself. So, you know, it's as you're going along, you're seeing things that you wish you'd seen up front at the very beginning, and you start, well, what if we did this? What if we did that? And then the next thing you know, Jack and his guys and gals come in and say, well, this wasn't on the original plan. I mean, it's the same through every single city. So I think my question to you is, I mean, would you rather pay the extra dollars and cents and just not finish it up and do the improvements to make it habitable? Or would you rather, you know, basically have to roll back the furnace so that you fall under the guidelines of an uninhabitable space?
Well, I don't understand why I have to be limited to those two options. You know, to me, whatever other people who will, I don't know, we're not planning on selling our house in the future, and it's just the three of us for the time being. And, you know, whatever other people may do when they purchase our house, that should not be of, you know, anybody, or it should not be of my concern. And why should I be punished for that? You know, that's my question. I mean,
I don't think we're looking at it as why should you be punished. It's really more, I mean, we do have a series of regulations, guidelines, called the building code, and it's up to the building official to enforce those. So we're not asking you to do anything that we would not be asking anybody else to do. And so we're not punishing you other than simply saying, okay, we have these rules in place, and as a society, we're built on sort of those rules to make sure that we have spaces that are healthy and safe, and that's the whole purpose behind a building department. And so, you know, I look at what's in the building code, and I look at the organizations made up of professionals like the ICC to essentially say, here's what from in California, here's what the rules and the regulations should be and are. And they get enforced that way. So again, I'm sorry. You know, I don't know that you should be looking at this as being punished for not having done the due diligence and sort of coming at it after it's already been in. But we see this, you know, quite often, unfortunately, I think, in the building department, and it's up to Jack and his team to try to keep everyone held to the same level and the same standards.
Well, I didn't find anything in the building code that, you know, could be enforced in this way. And even the ICC guidelines only say that if the basement is intended to be used as a habitable area, it should not, I mean, it should look like, I mean, if the basement is not intended to be as a habitable area, it should not look like one. And our basement does not look like one. So it's whatever Mr. Aiello is creating law. He's creating, I mean, there is no zoning ordinance, no law enacted in San Carlos. Building code is silent about it. You know, there is no mention about whether or not the basement should be heated or air conditioned, depending on the use. There is nothing in the code about it. And there is nothing here in San Carlos. There is no zoning. And the ICC guidelines are silent about that, with the exception of that little thing that, you know, if we are intending to use it as inhabitable area, uninhabitable area, it should not look like a habitable one. So this is the only thing. And I think it's just, you know, if he has assuming he has a discretion to interpret the code and enforce the code, I mean, this is, to my mind, it's an abuse of discretion, because we said that we are not going to use the basement as a habitable area. We are not. So what is his only argument is that other people may do it, could do it, so you could do it. Is this a reasonable argument? To me, does it sound like a reasonable? To me, it doesn't sound like a reasonable argument. You know, this is not an argument that a governmental official should use in order to deny or to, approve a permit or an application like that. Because
Natalia?
this. I'm sorry.
Natalia, I need to jump in here. I don't want to.
Oh, okay.
I'll give you some opportunity if you would like to come up and say some other things, but I think we need to debate on this, and I'd like to say to my counsel that the reason Natalia and the two gentlemen here are before us, quite frankly, is because I can tell you as a designer, what's happening here is we're plowing new ground. The ICC, as Jack said, writes the code, but the way the code is written, it's purposefully left to interpretation in some areas, and it's up to the building official to interpret things. And there are other areas, like in this case with basements, where it's kind of dependent on the part of the country you're in. And when you look at the International Building Code and how it will be applied state by state, city by city, county by county, it will be different. And it'll be different based on regions. For instance, we'll be more strict on areas of seismic, because seismic is a huge concern here in California. Basements, we don't build basements in California, typically. And when they do get built, we have cities like Menlo Park that give you free square footage for basement. Doesn't count in your FAR, doesn't count in any of that. Their only restriction is it has to be habitable, meaning it has to be lighted, it has to have electrical, it has to have proper access with a 3-foot wide stairway, just like a hall. It has to have the clearance of 7.5 feet minimum, and it has to have natural light and natural ventilation. And it also has to have a secondary escapable route, meaning your windows have to be in window wells with a 44-inch threshold, no higher, so you can get out through the window, and then from that point, each step you take has to be no more than 44 inches. That's if it's completely, fully habitable. Now, in the Midwest, people build basements all the time. In Oregon, people build basements all the time. In colder climates, people build basements, and they use them for storage. They want them conditioned so that things don't rot, mildew, and so forth. And the lighting, and then the natural lighting is much less. The requirements are much less. You can have small little basement windows. Now, you can't put bedrooms down there. If you do, you have to jump into the category of an escapable route. People build basements all the time in the Midwest, and they're used differently. And what we're looking at here is, are we going to require someone to make it completely, fully habitable, meaning all those things that I outlined, or can they, as they did on the plans, you go down there and look at those plans, and I know this designer puts on there that it's storage. Now, they have overhead lighting, there's no electrical, and unfortunately, Dan didn't do a mechanical plan actually showing the duct layout and the locations of the supply air ducts. So I could see where the Title 24 guy could overlook that and say, I guess they're not heating this, and where the mechanical and review, so forth, could overlook it and just think, oh, there's no ducts in here, and then they get put in. I don't really believe the applicant was trying to, pull the wool over anybody's eyes. It's just something on the drawings that's not clear. But again, what we're looking at is, do we want to allow, in this case and in future cases, people to have a basement? It's partially, it's conditioned for control of the air, but nothing else about it is habitable, and people can call it storage. Do we want to allow that, or do we want to disallow it? That seems to be the question.
The question I would have, Matt, is on the next go-around, these folks are building a house, but suddenly they get called out of town, they have to sell. And in the process of working with the room, they decide to sheet rock it, put a little ceiling on it, make it look a little better. And now suddenly it's on the market. It's conditioned, it's lit, it's got a window or whatever is needed, and it's habitable. But we didn't qualify it as habitable. On our books, it's not a habitable area. You know, who gets the dirty end of the stick here? Should these folks take care of it because it's bound to happen, or do we wait and try to pick up the next person and maybe remind them, thankfully, that you can't happen this because we never approved it as such. So if you want to go through it, you need to pay the fee. And I don't think that works. It seems to me that you got a project going here, you made an interpretation, and it's the thing to do is to complete the project and do it based upon what is happening in the real world. It's going to be habitable. They ought to pay and then make it habitable and move on. They got a real sweet deal here. $3,000. They got an extra 800 square feet. I can't imagine a better deal. They may not want to use it, but they've got it, and the next person can enjoy it or store in it, whatever they like.
No, I would echo Tom's comments, as well as just to my fellow council members, be thinking, when we start to look at exceptions and kind of one-offs, it starts to feel to me like we're opening up Pandora's box. Everybody who has a gripe with Jack in the building department, has an opportunity to come before the city council. Granted, absolutely. But, the next person comes along that wants an exception for something else. At what point do we start to say, wait a second, we've just got too many of these? Or, again, I'm nothing against you as an applicant, and I'm sure that you would never lie. And it's just life happens sometimes, I think. And if it's not you, it may be somebody else, or circumstances may change. And in fact, I had a half basement room in one of my houses, and it was a bonus room. That's all they called it because it didn't have a closet. And it certainly adds square footage. It adds value. So again, I think we should stick to what the rules are.
Can I just say a few last few words?
Sure, go ahead.
I totally agree with you that this is an uncharted territory, and it has not been regulated in the city of San Carlos. So that's why I think you should grant our application. Should you, in the future, you can enact an ordinance and regulate the matter. But this matter cannot be regulated right now because it's not. There is no zoning. There is no ordinance. There is nothing on this issue. So according to the case, by the way, that Ms. Ayala told you about, and it's in my memo also, Great Western, they say that if there is nothing out there, if there is a strictly a strict procedure out there as to how a building official should act, then he should act this way. And in our situation, we properly submitted the Title 24 calculations, and they should be approved in the absence of other regulation in place, such as a zoning or ordinance or any code section. Thank you.
Jack, I have a question. The Title 24 calculations didn't address this area, but it certainly could be amended to address it. And windows, I think what's being shown on the plans are blockouts for the underfloor venting, or are those windows?
No, excuse me, those are vents.
Those are vents. So if those were converted to windows, then it certainly could be conditioned and put on the load of the HVAC system and included in the Title 24 calculations, which it may or may not pass because that extra area might knock it out of compliance. They might end up in a situation where they'd have to actually insulate it and so forth. Is that correct?
They have submitted Title 24 calculations to call it, to rearrange the insulation to the outside walls. Mm-hmm. That would likely work with no problems at all. Okay. The major problem, of course, is natural light and ventilation. And you alluded earlier about the need for window wells or whatever it takes to have the windows that provide the natural light and ventilation actually enter this space. And that is the major issue, actually. Frankly, with the folks at their building experience, you know, they already know it's very easy to wire this. It's easy to sheetrock it. It's going to be insulated through the Title 24 process. So the big issue actually is the light and ventilation.
And if they used it for storage, or like I'm, you know, thinking of a case with just a walk-in closet, doesn't need light and ventilation, it's certainly a habitable room to some degree. How does that apply to this situation?
Habitable rooms are restricted to 70 square feet, no more than 7 feet wide. So there are some walk-in closets out there that probably could be bedrooms.
Certainly are.
Again, the size of this is, without doing the math, is either a 3-car or 4-car garage. It's huge. This is one very large storage area.
Some other things about the plans, the only access is from the outside. There's an outside stair, is that right?
There are both. There's an outside stair and an inside stair.
Well, there is an interior stair. I didn't notice that. Okay.
I want to answer Inga's question, I believe, that she asked earlier, if I could.
Yeah.
You mentioned about the cost to remove the ducting, under $100. Remove the ducting, close up the cold air return. Relatively simple.
I had one other question. It seems to me that more of my contemporaries that I'm talking to them and they're remodeling are actually adding basements. And so whereas it used to be kind of, I would say, a Midwest and a cold area trend, with the cost of land being what it is, people are tending to do more basements. Are you seeing that as well?
Absolutely.
And all of them are intended to be essentially habitable. Is that right? Or
If you don't mind, I can answer that by reading a memo I got from my plan checker on a plan. I mentioned in my staff report that we see this virtually weekly. Last week's version, if I could read this memo, it's very short.
Sure, go ahead.
Of course, I have to take my glasses off to see. Just an odd coincidence, I just reviewed for a house at blank. The plan shows 600 square foot of game room behind the garage, completely underground with no windows. The main floor shows a 300 square foot family room backed up into the hillside with no windows, and the upper floor has a middle of the house study with, again, no windows. Folks are trying to maximize their property as much as possible, and it's been historical in this city to have what we call daylight basements, where you've got a 1-story house on top of the hill and a 3-story in the back, and incredible opportunities to build into those 2 lower floors, and it's done every week legally.
So help us out here, Jack. How do people create in the Midwest or in Oregon and Washington, so forth, these states where colder climates, they put in basements, they put in cellar windows, and the building officials approve those?
Well, I think you've already answered the question. The changes to the code are relatively recent as far as adding the light and ventilation requirements, which require much larger window wells than what we're traditionally seeing in the past, which is it's a couple of little tiny windows just to get a little ventilation, or in most cases in the Midwest, the basements are used for storage. The heating plants down there, the water heaters down there, it's not a place you really want to sleep. And sometimes they're used as bonus rooms or rec rooms. Most of the time, folks aren't quite living there. But in California and on the West Coast, I've seen the same thing in Arizona, where they build a lot of basements because it's a great place to hang out when it's 115 degrees outside.
So are you saying, though, in these climates where people do build basements, like the house I grew up in, we had a basement. We had a daylight basement, actually, so we did have some natural light and so forth. Are you saying under current codes and enforcements that you can't build basements like you used to with the small cellar windows and so forth?
That's correct.
They're impossible to build?
I would say when you get into the ICC requirements, which you're correct, it will go nationwide, you'll find that the window wells are part of that requirement, and that will be nationwide. So the days of building basements with little vents or pop-out windows, those days are over.
Mayor?
Yes.
Jack, could you clarify what the appellant would have to do to make the basement fully habitable? In other words, assuming you're interpreting this as a habitable space, in addition to completing the heating, what else has to be done? Because the issue has been raised about the cost, but what has to be done? Let's be clear about what they'd have to do in order to convert this so that they can get a final permit if it's going to be a habitable space.
As I mentioned, the major issue is to provide light and ventilation. That will involve engineering to punch out sides of the existing basement area to obtain the natural light and ventilation and the engineering that goes with it. Once those windows are installed, it's a matter of providing code-required electrical wiring, which is basically 1 or 2 circuits for plugs and lights, and sheetrocking the basement. It's a habitable room.
What's the status right now? This is being constructed, so have they already done backfill against these walls and so forth? If they want to insulate,
I'm not aware of that. The building's not complete at this time. They can probably answer that better than I.
Okay. Do you want to come up and answer that question?
Let me have a
All right.
little bit more familiar with the construction. I can probably
From the mic, please.
I can probably answer the better. City of Campbell, but I'm a brother of Natalia.
And your name is?
My name is Andre. Okay, I'm the general building contractor, and they asked me to do some consultation on their project. You know, I don't build it. I'm not general contractor on their project. I just provide the consultations. The house already practically, this is a brand new house. This is not the remodel as was stated. It's a brand new house built from ground up. During the process, the fact there is no light, in fact there is no heat in the basement was caught in the very beginning. It just, plans already approved, so there was nothing to do but revise the Title 24 calculations. Title 24 calculations were submitted. They comply in the basement, complying with all the regulations as an uninhabitable area. There is a very clear definition in the building code what the uninhabitable area is. And there is really not much you can interpret in that. There is also in the building code, there is a statement that area which is not constructed and not used are defined as intended use areas. And the intention is clearly marked on the plan. There was a question how it's going to be sold in the future and who's going to be responsible for what's in there. The building department. The building department retains the plans on file, and the plans clearly said that this is unfinished basement and this is a non-habitable area. So if somebody would sell a house with as a habitable area, it would be a misleading misrepresentation and potential for a lawsuit and so on, so on, so on. Because, you know, the plans remain on the file of the building department for forever. In addition, the letter is sort of misleading. It's sort of saying that we're not complying with any or some of the regulations. The ICC guidelines were 100% complying with every single item for uninhabitable area. There is nothing in the ICC guidelines saying that we cannot hit the basement. There is nothing in the ICC guidelines saying that we have to make it habitable area. The cost is far from a couple of $1,000s. Just the engineering cost would be several $1,000s, not to say that you have to dig the sidewalks and cut the hole through the concrete, through the waterproofing. Practically impossible. Besides, it's not really necessary. I mean, there is a mold issue. There is no ventilation. The size of the door normally stays closed. The heat or cold in the area will provide air circulation, which helps the mold growth. There is insulation in the ceiling. We're 100% complying. They're 100% complying. Not, well, I just don't see any reasons, you know, for declining it and making them do it a habitable area. It's just they don't have a use for it. They don't need it. The house is fairly large for 3 of them, and you know, I constantly keep hearing that they like, oh, you're lying. You're going to convert it, and if you wanted to convert it, and it's constantly there, you know.
Okay, we're starting to tread on same material again, so thank you very much. I do have a question for Jack. You refer to the ICC, and we've got the future code, as we all know about, coming down the road. But we're not under that code yet.
That's
We're
correct.
under the old code. What's the old code say?
The reason that we have an ICC guideline, ICC, by the way, is we simply rename all of the chapters renamed to ICC rather than the ICBO. Technically, they're ICBO chapters because we're still under the 1997 UBC. UBC is vague in this issue. This is exactly why the ICC chapters put together this committee to try and determine what is habitable, what is not habitable, and they were very successful in pounding out the necessary issues so that it was clear to all the chapters so they can incorporate this into the day-to-day interpretations of the code. As I mentioned before, and I also don't want to duplicate my testimony, but this is not a San Carlos only issue. This is virtually every building department in the state of California.
But Jack, on another issue, council won't understand this necessarily, but on the row factor, we know where that's going, and we're looking backwards and saying, no, the 97 code says this on the row factor. We're gonna enforce that until that gets applied and readdressed correctly. So we're doing two different things. In one case, we're saying, no, we're going to go backwards to the old code, and in this case, we're saying, no, we're going to go forwards to what's coming down the pike. I don't understand.
I'm sorry, I don't see it that way. I see this committee, by the way, is the 2003 committee that produced this guideline, clearly using the 1997 code, the code that we're under right now. This is not a brand new guide. This is not a new guideline.
No, I know it's not.
Okay.
Excuse me, I'm
Excuse
sorry.
me, through the quick question for you is, so if I understand it quick, I'm just trying to boil it down to the essence. It's in your interpretation that for it to be uninhabitable, it can have no habitable elements. And the habitable element in this case is heat.
Exactly correct.
And it's just a question for us the question is if we think that's a decent element of, it's really control, it's an issue of control, right?
That's correct.
What you're saying is the minute we add a habitable element, then it opens it up for future uses that we can't control.
And as I mentioned, we see this on a weekly basis.
I understand. I'm just trying to boil it down to its essence.
Bob? Through the chair. Apparently the plans did not show heating ducts. Is that correct? All right. But they're in? Okay. What if they had showed heating ducts? What would the process been then?
I'm sorry, would you repeat the
Sure,
question?
I'm sorry. I apologize. The plans do not show heating ducts.
That's correct.
But they're in?
Yes.
What if they had showed heating ducts?
We were required at that time, before we issued the building permit, to provide light and ventilation, electrical, revised.
We've gone back how many months? 6 months, 8 months?
Yes.
So because of an error there, or a choice, I don't know whether an error or a choice, on the person drawing that, we're way down the road now.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Because this is a code enforcement case, we've had to hire separate legal counsel for Jack in the building department to help him with his preparation for his report on this tonight. And I sit in a different chair representing the council on this tonight. And I want to make sure that you all followed on what Brad said, because he really boiled it down. This is an interpretation of the word habitable. We don't have a clear definition. The UBC doesn't have a clear definition. So discretion is given to the building official to make that interpretation. This is not an underfloor area, as I looked in the ICC guidelines. This is a basement. So all the underfloor area that talks about no conditioning in an underfloor area doesn't apply. It's a basement. There's nothing in the ICC guideline that says anything about conditioning a basement.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing that says, you know, if you condition a basement, then you have to put all those other things in to make it fully habitable. Probably the best thing that San Carlos can do in the future is put something in our zoning code, spell out exactly what we want. If someone's going to have a basement, this is what you got to put in to have a basement. It's not in there now. And I just want to make sure you understand that your decision tonight is whether you uphold or not uphold the building official's interpretation that this is or will become, is a habitable space. So therefore, all the rest of the elements of a habitable space have to be built into it now, as he described.
Or it has to be rolled back.
Or it has to be rolled back, exactly.
And so I think what we're being asked to do is is to either uphold what the building official has offered up as alternatives to the applicant to come into compliance and to meet the conditions of the building official in order to get the sign-off, or we can say that we don't believe that, or we don't think that Jack's interpretation was correct, and we allow the applicant to keep the heating in with the understanding that they're not going to do anything else.
Or if they do, they'd have to have proper permits.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the council?
Well, I think, I mean, we've had a lot of discussion kind of back and forth on this, and I guess I'll put a motion out there and see if it dies for the lack of a second, or someone else can propose an alternative motion. But my inclination, and again, nothing against the applicant here, but my inclination would be to support the building official, and that, you know, two alternatives have been given to the applicant. You can either take the heating out for less than $100 or, you know, a couple $100, or come up and come into compliance, because I really feel that you have no intentions at this point in time of doing anything habitable. However, once a room is conditioned and it's comfortable, you'll find that you'll be spending more and more time down there. And I think it's just human nature. So my motion would be that we uphold the building official's instructions to the applicant, or?
Are you choosing alternative 1 or 2? He's got 2 here.
Actually, it's simply to deny the appeal at this point in time.
Okay, so that we're...
It was an appeal of the building official's interpretation that this was
Okay,
a habitable
so I would
space.
move denial of the appeal.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, Inga has made a motion. Tom has second. Is there any discussion on it?
I don't understand. I think what Mr. Lanzone said is important. I don't understand why we don't have clear guidelines in the code, and it seems like we need to have clear guidelines on this, because it's an interpretation, but there's no reason why we shouldn't have a discussion about it and enter it into the codes. That's it's just.
But the only problem I see, Brad, is I guess the multiple type of improvements that are made and the variety of things that come forward. And it seems to me that that Jack has to make the call. That's why we pay him, and he's entrusted to do that as building official. I don't know that you could put in print enough detail to make it work in each and every case. Ultimately, there's going to have to be that, study and judgment on the part of someone, and that's Jack's job. So I appreciate what you're saying. I just don't know that we'll ever get there.
I would agree if it would seem like a lot of detail. My only point is that it's really simple. It's one thing. If you add heating, it has to conform to all the other habitable standards. To me, there's not a whole lot of interpretation going on. It's one element.
Well, in this case, and I think to Tom's point, one of the challenges, and I know from sitting on Planning Commission for as many years as I did, one of the challenges is if you define it too strictly, then there's always going to be exceptions. And so someone will come up and say, well, I'm not going to put heating in, but I am going to put lights and electrical and sheetrock without the heating. And then do we make them put heating in?
I do defer to experienced people who have been on Planning Commission and certainly been on council. All I'm saying is this doesn't seem to be like a real gray, nebulous area. It seems to be very straightforward. So with all due respect, I just say I think it's something that might be worth considering defining.
Just, I'm disappointed whoever drew the plans didn't put those things in, because this thing would have been settled way before you spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to build your home already. I mean, obviously this costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. To make it a habitable area apparently is going to be, to your expertise, cost tens of thousands more, which perhaps is not appropriate. If someone gave me and again, it's a devil's bargain here, where you sit here and you have hundreds of thousands of dollars that are sitting there, and you have a choice, or perhaps we will give you that choice or make that decision tonight, of spending $16,000 or $20,000 to improve it, or spending a few hundred or maybe $1,000 to take it out, I know what I would do. But, and I know you made the point that you didn't violate anything off, what you read. And I tend to agree that this is a vague, very vague area. Having some experience in the building industry and having had inspectors come out and look at what we were building, it's a very, very gray area and a very difficult area. But I think I'm going to have to come down on the side of the official this time because of the fact that once it's in, and Brad made the salient point, once it's there, then it leads to the rest of it. So unfortunately, I won't be able to support your appeal tonight.
Can I just 1 second add something?
We're not at that point in that. Yeah, we're not at that point in the discussion. My opinion is that we should accept this applicant's plans as they are and accept their appeal, because I'll grant you, Bob, you could say the designer should have put heating and air conditioning, showing the supply air, return air, and all that on plans. But many designers and architects turn in plans in residential construction without that. It's pretty much figured that the HVAC guy, he knows his stuff, he'll design it, he'll put it in. I show it on my plans just in a schematic format, but I don't go any further than that. And if it had been, that had been the case, it would have been picked up by the building official. On the other hand, the plan checker or the building official, whoever checked the plans, could have asked some questions and apparently did not. And furthermore, as I said before, these people are actually treading into new territory in a way. I've had applicants, clients ask me, what if we put it in a basement? And I was unwilling to go there because I know that it's uncharted territory, and I just didn't want to get into the battle. These people and their designer decided to do so, to go the route. But as Jack said, the UBC doesn't address it. We're not under the ICC yet, and so why should these people be punished for that? I don't think they should. What we should do is what Brad's talking about is, well, I think we should do two things. One, I think we should accept it. It's no different than, the possibility of conversion is no different than attic areas get treated that way, garages get treated that way, and Jack's guys see people with, with construction material in the front yard, no permit, they go in and they stop the project. Bingo, you've handled it. But that's not to say these people are going to do that. They're being said to be, not by anybody specifically, but by the process, they're being said to be guilty and having to prove themselves innocent. They can't even prove themselves innocent. I think we should approve their appeal, and then I think we should take the next step, which Brad is very correct. This does not have to be a gray area and could very easily be written into a city ordinance and handled until such time as we adopt the International Building Code, which apparently, from what Jack is telling us, will address it in a very strict fashion, and you will not see basements in homes in the old-fashioned way anymore. So that's my opinion. We've had a motion. We've had a second. Any further discussion?
Call the vote. Councilmember Teagle Doherty?
Yes.
Councilmember Davids?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis? Yes. Mayor Grocott?
No.
Sorry. I wish it could be different.
That brings us to our next item.
Actually, Matt, just in the interest of time, I do need to leave at 10:30. So could we take the Belmont Fire Protection District letter next? Just take it out of order, so skip to 11D and then come back to the other two.
Let's see what we have here. Bob, do you think these ordinances will take all that much time? 11B is the only thing that we're
willing to submit them on the staff report, unless there are any questions.
Okay. I did not have any questions when I looked at it. The only thing I found was a typo. perhaps, but that was it.
Okay.
So why don't we just go ahead onto this item and stay in order here? I don't think it's going to take very much time. Does anybody have any questions on these ordinance cleanups that Bob's doing? No? I'll point out I think it's a typo, is on page 3. Renewals shall be processed and investigated as though and there should be a space there.
Yeah.
They were initial applications, except that the applicant is required to submit only that information. The word "and" doesn't need to be in there. That's it.
To show it's deleted, actually, right?
Yeah. Okay. And you picked up on the space between "though" and "they"?
Right.
Yeah. That was it. That's all I had. So I would entertain a motion. This is an introduction.
Right.
This is not. Is this a public hearing?
No, it's not.
Is it an amendment or an introduction?
Introduction.
This is for
Introduction of an
this
ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll move an introduction of ordinance number
1372.
1372 of the ordinance of the San Carlos ordinance of the City of San Carlos amending the San Carlos Municipal Code chapters 5.40-massage, 8.16-alarms, 10.62-temporary parking regulations.
Second.
Okay, that was a motion by Councilmember Lewis and second by Councilmember Grisilli. Roll call.
Councilmember Lewis.
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli.
Yes.
Councilmember Davids.
Yes.
Councilmember Tico Doherty.
Yes.
Mayor Grocott.
Yes. Okay, that gets us to 11C, which is appropriating $100,000 from the general fund to cover San Carlos share of South County costs.
Mayor and members of council, as you know, South County Fire provides fire services in San Carlos. Both the City of San Carlos and the Belmont Fire Protection District each pay $4.8 million per year on a 50-50 formula for those services. Earlier this month, on April 12th, Thomas Phil, who's the South County Fire Controller, indicated that the authority is going to need a supplemental budget contribution from both agencies to complete the budget year in the black. As I indicate in the staff report, there's basically 3 components that need to be funded by the 2 entities. One is the cash flow needs of the authority, which amounts to $76,000. The second is the reimbursement of prior year hazmat unit administrative costs, which amounts to almost $80,000. And the third item is an estimate of funding for information on the proposed revenue measure that would be given to the public later this year, which is estimated at $40,000. So staff recommends that you appropriate $100,000 from the city's general fund reserve to the fund balance to cover this amount, and then we will pay this amount to South County Fire Authority as it comes due. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Mr. Moore, wouldn't it be up to $100,000 because these numbers, the amounts might not be spent?
Correct.
Thank you.
Brian, can you comment a little bit about the process of the budget that was instituted for an agency that was going to go away?
Well, as the mayor is referencing, the original South County Fire budget in 2005-06 was deemed to be a so-called wrap-up budget, and as a result, it was constructed in such a way that the fund balance would go to zero at the end of this fiscal year. But as you know, at the present time, there is a discussion about either continuing the South County Fire Authority or creating a subsequent JPA, and that would, of course, require some additional revenue. The other comment I would make for those of you who are somewhat new to the South County Fire finances is that both in the Joint Powers document itself and also as a matter of tradition, both of the agencies have had a tradition of not keeping excess fund balances at South County Fire, but rather preferring to keep them in the home entities. It's in the JPA document, and it's also been the policy for as many years as I can recall. So we have had these supplemental appropriations over the years from time to time during a budget year. This is not that unusual.
That's also true of some other JPAs that we're members of. Is that
I don't believe so, no.
SPSA, I think, is that way. Is that right, Tom? They have a reserve fund? Or?
Well, they have reserve funds, yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Nope. Seems like the right thing to do. I'll move approval.
Okay. Tom has moved approval.
I'll second.
We've had a motion by the Vice Mayor and a second by Councilmember Grisilli, roll call.
Councilmember Davids?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Teagle Doherty is absent for a moment, and Mayor Grocott.
Yes. And Brian, are you going to do item 11D as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Item 11D is a update on fire services in San Carlos and also consideration of a letter of agreement for a successor JPA for fire services. As far as an update of items since your last council meeting a month ago, we've given you a list of 7 major areas that have changed since that time. I think that the 2 salient ones are, first of all, we had a discussion last time about the proposed fire services assessment. That work by the consultant Muni Financial Services is now underway, and they estimate that they will have a draft report available to the Fire Authority in the 2 cities on May 26th, and that item would be brought both to the San Carlos City Council and the Belmont Fire Protection District in time for the first meeting in June. And as you'll recall, the decision point there is going to be, well, there's a couple really. One is whether or not to have an assessment or a parcel tax. Another is whether to do one district-wide revenue measure or whether to do it separately. And I should indicate our special counsel, Joan Kassman, is in the audience, and she can answer any technical legal questions as well. We did also note in the staff report that there has been a legal review of the assessment approach by both special counsels, by both Ms. Kassman in San Carlos and Mr. Colantuano in Belmont, and they recommend the separate assessment approach. Another significant item that is coming up soon is the cost of the retirement liabilities. You will recall that the Fire Board hired the firm of Bartel and Associates of San Mateo to come up with a more precise estimate on both the retirement liabilities at South County Fire, which are currently estimated at $13.5 million, and also the retiree medical liabilities, which are currently estimated at $1 million. And that report is due in the second week in May and will be delivered at the South County Fire Board May meeting. Turning now to the draft letter of agreement, Council will recall that a month ago you saw draft 3 of the letter of agreement. Since that time, there have been 2 more drafts. We're now at draft 5 of the letter of agreement, and I've attached both of those for your reference, along with copies of the original motions, both by the San Carlos City Council and also the Belmont Fire Protection District. You'll recall the original concept here was to take the 2 motions, put them together in a so-called letter of agreement, and then use that document as the basis for either amending the current South County Fire JPA or creating a new JPA moving forward. In terms of the staff report, there are a couple things that staff wanted to highlight for your attention before you discussed and took action on this measure. Number 1 is in item 1 in the funding formula. In the last draft of this document you saw, it specifically made a finding that in year 1 the funding formula would be 53% San Carlos and 47% Belmont. That determination has been removed from the document at this point. We do have the finance staff doing an analysis. We believe that the initial formula will be around that figure, but it is not specifically enumerated. It also should be clarified, and I believe this was the case last time as well, that the funding formula will change annually. As to whether it'll go up or not, we would have to do some projections to look at that. Next, turning to item 7, we do note that if the proposed revenue measure, be it a parcel tax or be it an assessment, if it is successful when it is conducted and is currently projected to be conducted in August, it would be too late for the property tax rolls, and so it would be what they call hand billed. And according to the consultants at Muni Financial, when you hand bill an assessment or parcel tax of this type, you normally get a 50 to 60% collection rate. You do not collect all the money in the first year. And so we've noted in the staff report that we would recommend that both the City Council and the Fire Board consider that when they do their initial budget, namely that there's going to be a portion of the revenue in year 1. Now in year 2, as we also note in the staff report, the 2 agencies, assuming the revenue measure passes, can recoup the uncollected amount in the second year, and indeed it is our anticipation at the staff level that both agencies will receive the full amount of revenue in both year 1 and 2 because of a provision in state law known as the Teeter Plan. And under the provisions of the Teeter Plan, counties in California can elect to basically advance payments of taxes to cities and fire districts. in return for the ability to retain any late penalties and late assessments that are collected. And the reason that counties in this particular area often do this is because the value of the houses and land is so high that it is very unlikely that someone will default on a payment and let the property go to county tax sale. So that's what's going on there. Item 11, we've also highlighted. Here you'll recall that in the last version of the letter of agreement, there was an attachment called operational concepts, and one of the so-called operational concepts was intent language that said that the two entities intend to have a fire service where each agency has 2 engine companies with paramedic services. We would note that in the current version of the letter of agreement draft from the Fire Board, this is now shown in shall language, making it a requirement. Staff would highlight that because we want to make sure that you are aware that if you make this mandatory rather than intent, it would mean that the Fire Board would have control over the level of fire services you provide. Namely, you'd have to have agreement of all 4 Fire Board members to either raise or lower fire services, and we think that you may not want to do that. And then finally, in item 12, the limitation on the authority of the successor JPA, you will recall that in the last draft, and I think in previous discussions, there was a discussion of the so-called weak JPA format, and in the weak JPA format, there were certain items, particularly relating to budget amendments, and labor agreements, where these items had to come back to the approval of both the City of San Carlos City Council and also the Belmont Fire Protection Board before they were effective. Staff has looked at that and feels that if you are interested in moving forward with the so-called weak JPA format, that we would also suggest a couple other items to be added to the list that would come back, namely things such as the acquisition of real property, the use of eminent domain to acquire real property, entering into contracts over $100,000 and settlements over $100,000. Again, that's in the spirit of the so-called weak JPA format. So those are some of the items that staff would highlight for you as you discuss draft 5 of the letter of agreement. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions, or also council members Grocott and Grisilli, who are your representatives on the Fire Board, have been at these meetings, and they may also want to comment.
Mr. Moore, I had a question on 11. I don't remember, but again, there were a lot of things flying back and forth. When you mentioned earlier about the fact that the Fire Board would have control of it have to be a 4-0 vote, I'm confused on, and again, I might have zoned out for that paragraph or whatever.
Well, I think what happened was along the way as we went from draft 3 to 4 to 5, that section, which was originally, if you remember, sort of an attachment that talked about concepts, it was converted into mandated language. It now says, the successor JPA shall provide this level of coverage. And I think the point that we're making to you tonight is that you need to think about, should that be mandatory, should it be a shall, or should it be more your intent to have a certain level of coverage? It occurs to staff that it may be the case that one agency might, for example, want a higher level of fire service, or because of budget constraints they may need to have a lower level. But I'm not sure that you want to have it mandated in the Joint Powers Authority that is required to be at that level. And I don't know if Ms. Kasman has any further comments on that point.
Well, she's coming up. I'll just jump in, Brian. I think to my council members, when we were talking about that at the Fire Board meeting, the idea was twofold. One, we do want to bring up paramedic service to be equal in both cities, and that's the way to do it. And number two, currently our paramedic in San Carlos, out of 13, I believe it is on a truck. And we see that as being not the best way to provide that service. It should be probably an engine company. So we were talking about that, and that's how that, I think, that's how that came up. I don't know that we were intending to put it in as must language. No one can change it unless it comes back to the Fire Board and goes to the cities and so forth. And we didn't. I don't think we saw it tied to the budget necessarily as presented. Go ahead, Joan.
Oh, are there questions? I think you have just, Mr. Mayor, mentioned the key here. If you draft it into your joint powers agreement, it's not as if you are reposing the power in your authority board. But if you want to change the level of service, you've got to come back to the 2 member agencies and amend your agreement. So So I do think that the flexibility issue should be considered here in terms of whether you want to have mandatory language in your joint powers agreement. It's like any other contract. It can be amended, but when both parties agree to do that.
So if I could ask a question then, so what you're saying is if we put it in the joint powers, it has a locking effect.
Yes, yes, sir.
But if we don't put it in the joint powers, we can still do it, but it doesn't have the locking effect that it has in the joint powers.
Correct. There's an inflexibility procedurally. If you put it in your joint powers agreement as a mandatory element, it can only be changed by amendment, by agreement of both the member agencies.
Now, when you say member agencies, you're talking about the Belmont Fire Board and the San Carlos City Council.
That is correct.
And they both have to agree.
That is correct. So in essence, if San Carlos desired a different level of service, and you have mandatory language demanding a certain level of service already in your joint powers agreement, you are actually seeking the approval of your neighbor, the Belmont Fire Protection District, to agree to what the city of San Carlos has determined perhaps is a necessity at that point.
But isn't every paragraph in here the same as this?
Correct. Yes.
So
Yes,
everyone, I mean,
all of these, yes, and that's why you should think about a living document. Think about creating a joint powers authority agreement that is going to allow some flexibility in areas where you know you may most need it. And I would suggest that the level of service might be one of those. And it's an area also in which you probably want to retain as much discretion. Each member agency will want to retain as much discretion as possible over determinations of level of service. It's a decision that is very peculiar and idiosyncratic to the individual agency, and probably shouldn't be a matter of determination by a neighbor who may not be suffering from the same hardships or the same conditions as you are.
I have a question, Joan. Certainly the intent was to start out of the gate on an equal basis and recognizing, already each city has 2 fire stations. So there's
Correct.
not anything we're going to do about that unless we brown one out or build a new one someplace.
Correct.
It seems as though really what you're pointing out here is we have a little failing in some sense, because what the JPA agreement probably should address is how each city or agency can deal with its determination of level of service that it may want, and how that impacts, that would trickle on through a lot of things.
That is correct.
And so we probably need to look at that, and what we would look for tonight from this council is some guidance so that Bob and I can go back to the fire board, bring this up, and we can hash it out and then bring it back here and get approval and so forth.
Correct.
Right?
I mean, I would also point out that your funding formula looks at the element of how many stations are in each city, and if you've got an agreement that says has to be 2 and 2, I would even question, so why is it an element of the funding formula? Because it's already been determined. It's equal.
And excuse me, quick question. It seems like before we had the question, and you've confirmed that we can do separate assessments, and then that would enable us to have control over how to reassign those funds if we needed to beyond South County.
Correct. I really believe it's important for this city to maintain control, discretion, and flexibility in the future, and not worry about whether...
That was exactly why I brought it up in the first place, and I'm just glad to see that you confirmed that. I think it's essential. I have just, sorry, a couple more technical questions, and then we can get into discussions. Excuse me, Mr. Moore, I have a question on, I guess I don't understand why it says we can't estimate what our commercial square footage is in San Carlos.
I don't think it's so much that we can't, it's just we don't have that information. What we did is we went back and looked at what information we did have. We have information on the number of parcels and types. In other words, we know how many warehouses, how many hotels, that sort of thing. And if you recall the example assessments that we sent you from Pacific and Millbrae, that's exactly how they were done. So we had that information. But then we went to the next question, which was, did we have square footage of commercial buildings? So the first thing we did is we looked at our Metroscan data. This is a subscription service the city has used for many years for land data that is not available at the city. And we found out that very little of that building square footage was available from Metroscan. We then went to the county and asked them if they had the data, and they do not. So at this point, we don't have, in San Carlos at least, the information we would need to assess or do the assessment based on a commercial square footage. But we can do it based on type of commercial building, which again is the more typical way it is done.
I guess I don't doubt at all the veracity of what you said. I just find it completely surprising that we can't figure out our commercial square footage. To me,
well, and I think the answer to the question, Councilmember Lewis, is that we don't have it in part because it was never, something that people asked for. What's in our GIS system, that's the mapping system the city has, is typically in response to questions raised by the council or commissions or staff over the years. So we have, for example, where the sewer lines are, we have where the water lines are, we have different types of information. We did find some information from the planning department from several years ago relating to again, other types of uses in the commercial area, but even that was rather dated information. But this is just something that it has never come up. And in our discussions with Belmont, apparently the reason that they had it is that they, within the last, I guess, 2 or 3 years, did an assessment for a library. And that was how they chose to do that library assessment. So they created that data for that purpose. So that's how they came to have the data. But as you know, in our library, it was a parcel tax, so we didn't need that data.
yeah, it seems like it could be important information.
Yeah.
My next question is, by removing the 5347 language in the first year, in the latest letter, I guess what I'm wondering is, based on our averages over the last, rolling 5 years, you picked the right number of years.
Right.
What's the estimate of the worst case scenario for us?
That's what we're crunching now. We've asked the fire department for the service call data, which in our early research seems to be the one number that varies the most of these different factors that's called out. And we just got that, I think it was Friday, so we have not had a chance to look at it. Our intent, and actually we have somebody in finance who is working on this as we speak, is going to look at the population of the two cities, and my experience is that those factors don't move much, and similarly look at these other factors. My own guesstimate is that the one factor, or the two factors that will probably change the most in the two cities are assessed value and service calls. And so once we have that, what we're going to do is we're going to go back 3 or 4 or 5 years and model it and see what it would have looked like if it was in place, and then we can try to guesstimate what it might look like going forward. So we'll have that for you soon. We just don't have it yet.
Great. And then my other question, and maybe Councilmember Grisiga can update us on this. What was the tenor of the hazmat recovery of dollar meeting that you had since we all met and talked about this last?
Well, board member, fire board member Fireback of Belmont and myself met with Supervisors Hill and Gordon, neither of whom sit on the emergency council or whatever. It was more trying to get a feel for what they felt. I think that the group, and correct me, Mr. Moore, if I'm saying things out of cycle here, is that for the new budget, as Councilmember Doherty said, it's going to be a moot point starting in July 2006.
Yeah.
For the past ones, I think there's a window of opportunity if the fire board is willing to perhaps give an 18 or perhaps I'm not sure what the dates are, anywhere from 6 to 18 months notice to the county and cities, as opposed to a 30-day notice that's written there now. That and I'm going to say the emergency council would be open to perhaps funding that back money.
What would stop us from doing that?
Well, let me actually speak to that because it was brought up at our emergency services meeting. It was discussed. The recommendation from staff came back, definitely extend the 30 days to something that would be much more realistic and reasonable. And the overall tenor in the room was, yes, we get value from it. We should all be sharing it. We should all be paying for it. So they looked at training dollars, adding training dollars, as well as funding a greater percentage of the hazmat.
But what I meant, I think we were speaking about the past ones.
The past is water under the bridge was
Well,
the tenor.
that wasn't
of-
exactly what I heard from the other side, so that's why I'm.
Oh, from the supervisors?
Well, let's just say it was broached that, and this was before, we met 2 weeks ago, or a month ago, whenever it was. You just had your meeting.
Yeah, we had met last
So
week.
it's a timing thing.
Yeah.
on-
I would just to add to what council members Teagle Doherty and
Some
Griselli.
assistance from the city manager and assistant city manager would be helpful. Thank you.
Yes. I think that there really are two pieces of the puzzle.
Your city manager wants to jump in here.
Just on that topic, I attended the city managers meeting on Friday where this topic was also discussed because the managers make up, or there's managers representation on a technical advisory committee that prepares the budget for OES. And the managers were sending the message to the Belmont and San Carlos city managers that the agreement was moving forward, that the intent of their deal, as they understood it, was that there would be an agreement to fund direct expenses, actually enhanced direct expenses, because we haven't apparently been billing for all of the direct expenses that we maybe could have been billing for. And then in addition to that, an overhead factor of 25% of the direct expenses that would be a percentage and therefore change with time, but that it would be for a period moving forward. The representation to us is that they had not recommended and had not gotten approval to address the outstanding liabilities. And the managers were encouraging us, as representatives from Belmont and San Carlos, to take back to actually as representatives of South County Fire, to be technically correct, to take the message back to the board that their recommendation would be that we look at this as an enhanced deal moving forward, tied to the change in termination time. And I think they were looking at 12 months as being the time that they thought would be most appropriate. But we're not looking at funding the outstanding or current liabilities.
So I stand corrected, Councilmember Lewis, to the current time as things change daily here.
So by saying they're not willing to fund the current liabilities, they don't want to pay the bill for what's already been spent.
Well,
in plain language, they don't want to pay the bill.
That's correct. There's some discrepancy as to what the bill is, and it's not defined clearly within the contract. The contract was amended to include language for planning services. That language was not defined within the contract, and so there's a debate as to what planning services is, whether or not it was even consciously included within the new contract or not for the purpose of getting reimbursed for a bat chief or some kind of overhead factor, but it was never defined. And so once the bills started to be submitted, they weren't paid, they were rejected, and that left us to a position of where we are now with a disputed bill.
Is that the city manager's group perspective? Do we share that perspective? Do we have any paperwork and documentation that shows that we actually played by the rules and had good reason to expect reimbursement?
We've been advised by the finance director for the authority that it was a conscious decision to change the agreement to include the word plan or planning activity. I have looked at the two agreements, and there was a change with that word being added. But we don't have the institutional memory nor documentation that has been provided to us to show us that there was a conscious decision to do it and that there was a definition as to what planning services would be. So there's a dispute as to what it is, how much it should be, and so it ends up being something that, people have gotten together and tried to negotiate. There has been discussion about paying for the current or some portion of the current liabilities. There may still be a window there. The message that was being sent to the managers is that for that to happen, it probably has to happen at the political level, that the staff believes that, the staff being the city managers, believe that that South County Fire has not provided adequate documentation to support payment of those invoices.
Perhaps we could write a new invoice based on the new agreement, billing for 25% overhead and so forth, whatever the new agreement's going to be, and write a new invoice that accounts for for that and see what they do with that.
Well, I can tell you what's in the budget. We've got $128,000 for PERS, workers' comp insurance, and Medicare related to the hazmat component. So it's about 4.2% of total staff benefit costs. There's $6,200 for incident overtime. There's some excess risk liability coverage incurred by South County Fire due to the hazmat function. So they're offsetting some of the costs associated with that insurance. There is $3,000 in professional training. And then the big portion, excuse me, is they're picking up 25% at what they're calling an administrative fee, which essentially is covering 25% of one battalion chief, I want to say, that of his total comp.
Right,
so that's about $84,000. And then there's another $41,000 associated with the environmental science team, which does more of the environmental piece of it.
Yeah, it's just the question is, do we have a significant enough paper trail or agreement trail that we could ask them to pay for it? I guess I'm hearing that there's dispute over that.
Well, and in the discussion at OES, which is I think the agents, the JPA that would, as a board, agree to pay those things, there was really very little visibility that we'd even be asking for reimbursement of anything. So it was sort of, past is past, but they recognize that it's a value-added service, that they do need to pick up more than more than they have in the past. And so this budget was an attempt to do that. And it was based on sort of their best guess on how much overhead of a battalion chief in South County Fire was actually performing duties related to hazardous materials or hazmat. And that's kind of the way they were looking at it. And then, some other incidental things. Because they certainly, there is a lot of view and a lot of appreciation for the hazmat function and for South County Fire performing that function here within San Mateo County.
I'm going to try not to be sarcastic. No more.
I'm not going to give up, Councilman Lewis.
Well, then you need to do it not at the supervisor level, I think. So.
We do have to recognize that the action we took on 11C was to, $79,828 unpaid hazmat.
Mm-hmm.
So I had a couple of questions, and I guess I'll throw them out there. One thing that, as I go through this document, really starts to bother me a little bit is that it's focused so much on just the two agencies that, and if we look longer term and we think about the future of fire services and hope for more consolidation, there's nothing in this document whatsoever that leaves the door even open for what to do in the event that perhaps we wanted to add another party to this agreement. And I guess, is it the intent that we exclude them, or at that time we would renegotiate a separate JPA?
I would imagine it would be the latter. Certainly in our other JPAs that we have, we usually, if somebody wants to come in, we amend the JPA.
Amend the JPA.
Yeah. It certainly could be done.
And is that provision in here? Because I didn't see it. Because maybe I was looking in the wrong place under dissolution, because it wouldn't necessarily be a dissolution. It would be just an amendment.
No, I have not seen that particular subject covered in the letter of agreement. I have seen joint powers agreements which do say that they are open to new members, and I believe that you would have to look at the circumstances that would be presented by any new member, and there would be negotiation and an amendment of the agreement required at that time.
Depending on
we
what
could insert just language making clear that you certainly would be open to the idea. And
Joan, is it not in
section, I'm sorry, in
item 15? Doesn't address it specifically, but it certainly leaves open the idea of revisiting the agreement.
Yes, we could certainly. I don't think I have seen joint powers agreements where there is a provision entitled, potential new members. I mean, we could really address it directly if you would like, but certainly this is an agreement that can be amended. and
guess
it would require that if you had a new member join.
My own perspective would be, I mean, I'd love to see it called out as sort of a separate line item, which really clearly sends the message that, you know, that this is really for how do we provide the best level of fire service within, you know, for San Carlos and Belmont and potentially other partners at the most reasonable cost.
Councilman Doherty, believe me, we were concentrating on the basic
absolutely.
thing here, and your point is well taken. I have no problem. I'm sure adding a 17 or an 18 or whatever it is that we need, I don't think the language would be too difficult to do, and I'd be open to that. But again, we're so focused on trying to save the baby here that we didn't look to the other side.
The
At least I didn't. So.
The other thing I'm struggling with a little bit is the whole concept of a weak JPA, and I think it seems to me that if we create a weak JPA, all of a sudden we've added more people into the mix to potentially have to sort of reach some sort of consensus. And, I mean, I'd love to sort of understand from my council members who are sitting on this board sort of negotiating this, what your thoughts are on that.
I think my personal thoughts and why I sort of went along with this is because I agree with you that there's more people that have to get involved, but I think that is really the point. I think in the past we've had a disconnect, at least, and again, I haven't been on the council, but I mean, I can just trying to look back historically, at least there seemed to be a disconnect where, well, these guys are taking care of it. And I think this issue is a huge issue, and I think it's a regional issue, as you brought up for adding the other point. And that's why I think this language is put in there. It forces us all to pay attention. If next year Councilmember Lewis is on the fire board, or you are on the fire board, or whatever, maybe that's a solution to solving that issue, or maybe it doesn't work out. But I think it forces us as a city council, as an agency, to really be on top of this. And I'm not sure in the past few years that the council, not that they weren't informed, they were reported back to, but I mean, I think that's why it's in there.
I would also say that
again, at least my opinion. Again, I don't want to.
Yeah, I was just going to say it through the chair that at the last fire board meeting we were told this was kind of inspired by I guess in Livermore Pleasanton they have the weak JPA model, and one of their former chiefs was one of the consultants to Belmont, and they first heard about this idea, were intrigued. I think it has pros and cons. I would agree with Councilmember Caselli.
I would just add to what Bob said. The other discussion we had on it was that some pretty major decisions could be made by essentially one council member from San Carlos, because you potentially could have a 3-to-1 vote, and that one vote that makes the 3 could be a San Carlos council member, and you could have some pretty big items happening from even if it's a 4-0 vote, you've got 2 council members making some big decisions, and those 2 council members really are a minority of this body. And so on these big items, that's why we thought, if it's a big item, and we wrestled over what the language should be on that, but if it's a big item, it should come back to the council.
So I'd actually just for discussion's sake, like to take that thought a step farther. Sure. It seems like a place that we've gotten in trouble over the years, or we found ourselves sort of getting in trouble over the years is, well, number one, there's 2 elected officials from each side on this board, and we all know that elected officials get in political situations, they're politicians, and that, has there been any discussion with removing entirely from the fire board the 2 council members from each city, and having 2 city managers and perhaps the fire chief, or let's talk about some other idea of an independent board that all the major decisions of policy would come back to the councils, as opposed to the weakened GPA, which I think you're right, Mayor Grocott, when you say that a minority interest from San Carlos Council can make some pretty big decisions. And I realize this is a step in that direction. But from what I've observed, we keep getting into a place where there's no arbitration language and there's no mediation language for what if 2 people disagree. What's happened over the years is something that's controversial and one city doesn't believe in it, it merely gets tabled. And I think what we've discovered is it actually festers. It doesn't go away. And it can lead to tough feelings. If we're paying 53%, does that mean the possession arrow on a tie goes to San Carlos? I mean, you know, if we pay more money, in most relationships, people that pay more money have a little more voting power. But all I'm saying is, if we are going to take the concept of these bigger decisions back to full councils, I think it's a good concept. So why are we stopping short of it? And to me, I think it's worth considering that perhaps part of the problem has been the format of governance.
I guess through the chair, I would...
Just procedurally, I'm going to make a motion to extend the meeting past 10:30 so that we can continue this discussion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay.
But I tend to agree wholeheartedly with what Brad is saying. I think the reason we've gotten to where we've gotten is because of the political nature. And, you know, city managers theoretically should be apolitical. They've got a city managers group. They meet. They all talk. You know, they're looking out because this is their day-to-day. That's their job. For you and I and everyone else that sits up here on council, council's not our day-to-day job. You know, and we're not.
Sometimes feels like it is.
Yeah, I've been in your seat too, Matt.
And just so I just want to be super clear, because the work that Mayor Grocott and Councilmember Grisilli have been doing is really, it's been great work. It's been unbelievably dedicated work. I think you're coming back here with all great issues. I think you're attacking this with all the right attitude. So what I'm saying right now has absolutely zero to do with the works that's being done. I think you guys are doing a fantastic job on this, and I wholeheartedly support you guys on all the things that you're doing. It really is just in trying to analyze where we've been. Are we really looking at the relationship from the ground up and how we move forward?
Yeah,
That's really the discussion.
And I guess through the chair, Councilmember Lewis, I just want to let you know that during this, you know, over 1 year process, we've looked at other alternatives. A lot of that has, in fact, been kicked around. For example, when the two agencies were talking to, say, Redwood City and San Mateo, we actually talked to those two city managers about if we did, in fact, the three of us kind of came together, of making either the manager in Redwood City or San Mateo, I would use the expression, the managing partner, and that person would run the whole thing, again, in the nature of breaking the tie. I think you talked about basing the voting on contributions or population. I mean, that's how they do it at CCAG. You know, they have the special voting procedures for certain major issues as opposed to everybody gets a single vote. And there was even a proposal at one point by some of the firefighters to talk about maybe having someone from the harbor industrial area be the fifth vote. So, I mean, there have been a lot of creative discussions on this point, and I don't think that, you know, that's, again, something you could kick around if you like.
My interest is just for it to be as stable as possible with as little room for misinterpretation and conflict over the years. And I just wonder if we're addressing part of the heart of that issue.
I think, Brad, you know, the thing I thought of when we were working on this, quite frankly, is you know, just looking at the debate that went on with the creation of our own Congress and, you know, the executive branch and then the Congress, and where do the votes come from? The states were all concerned about that, right? You know, do you have something like the Senate, everyone has an equal vote, or do you have something that's based on representation and so forth? And, you know, some guy stood up and came up with a compromise, and everyone said, okay, let's try that, and that's what they did. That's why we have a Senate and House of Representatives. And in my mind, when we were working through this, I thought we've created that balance, if you will, by having our fire board that has to send things back to, you know, the two major boards that oversee it, essentially. And we, in a sense, on big items, we become like an advisory council. Bob and I do, you know, very much an ad hoc committee, an advisory ad hoc. And so those big items go back for approval. And in fact, on item 12, I was going to ask to have that edited a little bit. The previous language there said that we couldn't take action at all without it having prior approval from the two boards, that being City Council and their fire board. And I brought up the point that, well, that doesn't work because that means if we can't take any action at all, that means we can't look at something budget-wise, take action, meaning have a vote, in order to give a proposal to our councils.
You know, you hit the nail on the head with what my concern is that we haven't outlined really clearly what it takes for it to even go back to the council. So, for example, if San Carlos comes up with and says, you know, we would really like to increase the level of service, it takes, I'm assuming, a vote of that full JPA to say, yes, we're willing to support you, San Carlos, let's take it back to 2 full councils. Versus it coming from staff and staff working it out and saying, you know what, we'd like to, you know, let's toss some ideas out. We'll send it back to the councils for their thoughts on it. And, you know, they've obviously worked out if San Carlos wants to pay more money or, you know, something else that, you know, both city managers have to kind of vet it and to think it's a good idea in order for it to come back. And you've taken the politics sort of out of the equation. And so I'm sorry, I need to go because it's a school night and I've got to make sure that the kids are in bed. But my 2 comments would be really, you know, I really support what Brad is saying. And I would imagine politically that's not going to pass because I know historically Belmont has always wanted to have representation on the fire board, but I would really strongly encourage the 2 council members that sit on the fire board or that are representing San Carlos in these discussions to at least start to explore that and to say, hey, politics have been, I mean, we can't keep ignoring this. Politics have been probably one of the primary reasons South County Fire is kind of where it is today. And so how do we solve that issue? And maybe it's we take the politics out of it and hand over the day-to-day type stuff because as we've said in the document, all of the key decisions have to come before both full councils, which I think probably may be the right thing to do at this point. It's just how do you get the key? How do you determine what's a key decision that kicks it over the fence to the different councils? And then second, I would ask that you explore, you know, adding in some language around adding additional parties and clearly outlining that and what the process would be so that, you know, it's very clear that that's the intent, is to look at more and more consolidation as an alternative. So I'm sorry to jump in like that.
Okay. So what we tried to do, or at least the way I was thinking of it, was we've got the fire board making decisions and on certain things. At a certain level, those decisions would have to be, they would essentially become proposals. We would take action on them, and that's why I wanted to change the language here so that we could take action on them without getting approval from our city councils in order to do so. We could discuss things and have proposals. But once we'd taken action, then say on something over $100,000, for instance, then that item as a proposal would go back to the councils, and the councils would vote on it, and it would take majority vote of both councils to approve it. So it's a pretty it's intentionally a strict process. The other part of it is this item 13 with the fire chief and the city managers. The fire chief has to consult with the city managers on items. It's just, you know, it's just common sense that he or she would do so, and then write their staff report, and then that recommendation, again, that recommendation, whatever the fire chief comes up with, would come to the fire board. The fire board would take action on it at certain levels if it's a major item. Again, using $100,000 as an example, then that would go to the full councils for approval, and at that point, the city managers would have, again, their input as staff to their council.
So it's effectively an interim step.
Yes.
So we have fire chief and city managers. Then it goes to JPA for vote on a proposal that goes back to councils on these major items. So I just go to the question of if that's been some of the introduction of acrimony over the years, is it a necessary step, A, or is that something that could, is it necessary to have the elected officials as part of that? I think it's something that's worth
I think
discussing.
philosophically, my opinion is anytime you're dealing with major amounts of money, that's why you have elected officials.
But it would come back
ma-
to the council. My point is the interim step necessary?
Mhm.
Which has been the heart, it seems to me, been the heart of the issue.
So if I hear you right, and again, I don't mean to put words in your mouth, Councilman Lewis, you're saying basically just eliminate the 4 council people. There's no fire board. The fire board consists of the city managers and well, there is no fire board specifically. The organization consists of the 2 city managers and the fire chief.
I'm saying that's what I think we should discuss, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure if it's a formal proposal yet. I guess I want to hear everybody's input on it and see. I'm trying to go back to, in my own mind, what is the necessity of that, given the fact that everybody seems to support the weekend JPA and major issues come back to council. So I'm just curious to
No, I
hear.
understand.
I think on the other level, there are, even when you're below, some major threshold, there are decisions that get made where you still need elected officials involved, again, because it does involve money, and we represent the taxpayers who give us that money. That's why we go out there and campaign and get elected.
I certainly understand, but is that any different than the budgets that are managed by other?
Well, what you would
directors
end
and
up
city
having,
managers?
Brad, if you do it the way that you're suggesting, is you would either have decisions made about, is $999,999.99 still a lot of money, even though it's not the $100,000 threshold? So you could have, essentially, you could have decisions like that, as long as it's under that threshold, made by 2 city managers and a fire chief, and it virtually never comes to the councils because it's underneath that threshold.
I'm not sure that's the threshold we talked about.
Or the other idea is that imagine having city council meetings, and every decision that's going to be made by currently the fire board will have to instead come to the city councils and be on their agendas. Keep in mind, the fire board meets generally once a month. So they always have something on their agenda. They always have things going on. Do you want, every time you open your council packet, to have detailed information about the fire department?
Where it's necessary. I'm just suggesting maybe there's a threshold that we discuss, that maybe there's
I'm not trying to beat you up. I'm just trying to throw out the,
Believe me, it takes a lot more than that to beat me up. I'm just saying that I think there could be a discussion of what's that threshold. And no, I wouldn't expect, 4 volumes of minutia every council meeting. I would expect that, a smaller, the 2 city managers could probably work a lot of that stuff out like they do in countless other areas. And we set a threshold for what we think is important, so.
So if we came together, just taking it from the beginning, we came together as a Belmont Council and a San Carlos Council, and either together or individually coming back together, we agreed to a budget and a work plan for the year. And the work plan relates to equipment, it relates to expansion, it relates to whatever it relates to, but there's also dollars attached. And the parties agree to that. The councils agree to that. Then it seems to me you can turn the group loose. And frankly, the fire chief can run the fire department. He's got the budget, he's got the money, he's got the responsibility, he's got the reporting. And the only thing that we need to hear about is something that needs to be a deviation from the norm. So if he needs to get out of budget for some reason, we need to know about it, and we need to approve it. If there's some kind of emergency no one thought about, we need to plug in. But for the most part, the thing would run itself. Now, that's a kind of a leap of faith because we've never done that. And we've always kept our oar in, and we always made sure that the fire chief was doing the right job. And quite honestly, if we have the right person, if we have confidence in the process, it ought to work. That would truly be I would call it a weak JPA, a weak JPA, because we make the fundamental decisions, we make any changes, and the operation runs itself. So I guess the question would be, taking that format, is that something the group has discussed, and you have a feel whether it would be acceptable to the other parties?
We have not discussed it. I could only take it off of my knowledge of Belmont's, at least particularly one council member who is on the fire board, and the attitude about the South Bay, not the one that you sit on, but the Waste Management District. And this particular council member feels very strongly that that should not be made up of
Yeah, you see,
managers
that's the problem.
or
I
staff.
think the JPA movement is such where political parties have already been involved, and they want to be involved, and they want to have something to say. And perhaps that weakens the process, but that's kind of where we are. And the SBW, EMA, whatever, fell upon a great discussion because political people were not appointed. And there are political people that feel that there's enough money floating around that operation that they needed to be appointed. And I think the current standoff is that the group as a whole says, no, we don't need politicals, so we carry on. But there's that element there that says that it's our money, it's our people, it's our taxes, we're responsible, we take the oath, we get elected, and we have a job to do, and don't deny us the fun of doing our job. And it tends to screw it up from time to time, but perhaps that's the world we live in. But ideally, you could cut all that process out and run it like a business and make it work. I just don't know that you could sell it. I don't know that politicals would agree to it. I don't know.
I think we're at least I am. I'm willing to bring it back to our panel and discuss it. I don't think it'll go anywhere, but I'm willing to, represent us and take it there.
Go ahead.
No, I'd love to hear your point of view on it.
Well, my point of view is Mr. Practical at 10:45, and Tom here being a true soldier to stay out, and I'm sure he'd rather be doing something else.
It's well past my bedtime.
Well past your bedtime, especially in your current condition. The item on the agenda is consideration of the letter of agreement. So I think either we go item by item, or we just say it's a little too voluminous to decide on, or
I guess what I'm getting at is, to be pragmatic, is maybe this bears some more discussion in the letter of agreement. From one standpoint is I'd love for you guys to bring it back and talk about if all the elected officials involved feel it's imperative for them to continue to be involved. Perhaps that's a rhetorical question. But there's two elements for me. One is, do we need elected officials on the fire board?
Okay.
And the second question with this letter of agreement is, what's the mediation process if in this scenario, if the two elected officials from each disagree on a given subject? What happens to that area of disagreement? And the only reason I'm bringing these up is because it does, from my diagnosis, this is where things have gone south, excuse the pun, over the last 10 years.
I think your points are well taken. I'm just trying to sort of, and again, maybe I'm Mr. Too Practical. So what you're saying is you would rather not vote on any parts of this.
I'm not saying I wouldn't vote on any other part. What I'm saying is I would love to see more discussion on this part.
I understand. I'm just trying to get to the point of, we would like to go Wednesday and say, our council thinks that 1, 6, 7, and 9 are wonderful, and 2, 4, 6, and 8 we need to do some other work on, or the whole thing needs a little more work, or we love the whole thing.
Well, this is why
I'm trying to get a feel for what everybody wants to do.
That's cool. Yeah, I only brought up this section because this is the section of concern or continued analysis I'd love for us to do. The other stuff is working well for me.
What number? I'm sorry. I apologize.
It looks like some combination of
12, 13, 14, all have to do with that.
Yeah, 12.
Number 10, let's look at number 10.
Number 10 and number 12.
Okay.
What about number 11? Is that part of your consideration, Mr. Lewis? The shall versus intent?
Yeah, I think it's based on previous discussion. I think that
So 10, 11, 12?
And I guess 13 gets thrown in there because that's part of the...
That's fine. I'm just trying to...
That would be the follow-up part of that discussion.
Okay.
14.
This is fire chief and city manager's duties.
14.
14 too? So that would be part of the board, if there is a board.
So I have a question regarding the effective the conversion of the funding formula. Does the group have feelings about when this will go to the electorate?
Yeah, it's on the calendar right here.
I think the calendar indicates August is the projection.
Yeah, that's right.
And is there any, looking at the, where am I?
Well,
At
until it
the
passes.
service charge by JPA partner model, or one of the tables. It shows a special assessment per dwelling unit of $84 for both Belmont and for San Carlos. Is there an opportunity here to vary that? Could San Carlos ask their people for more?
Well, I think that the reality is that if you assume that the formula is different for the two cities, and if you also assume that, and I think we mentioned it in the memo, if not this one, the previous one, that currently Belmont has $5.8 million for fire and we have $4.9. So I think almost by definition we're going to have to go there. Yes.
Go and vary the amount.
Yes. If, for example, the council member or Vice Mayor Davids, as you point out, these attachments assume that Belmont would raise $1.2 million and San Carlos would raise $1.9 million. Now, since we've revised that budget and we're now at $13.3 million instead of $13 million, the numbers now look like we would need to raise not $1.9 million, but 2.1 or 2.2, and Belmont actually might need to raise less because they have a surplus. So I think under that scenario, it's highly likely, I guess I could say, that the assessment amounts will be different.
And the other thing I would suggest, and it's not an issue at the moment, but as we look forward to a period of time, that we look realistically at the cost of providing service within San Carlos, and that we look at the cost per household or whatever our unit is of delivering that service. So then we're not just looking at the 13 plus ratcheted up for 4 years, but we're looking at something 10, 15 years from now, for that matter. Now, the JPA may not survive that long, but we've got an obligation to provide fire service for that period. So
right.
There's a delicate balance here between some sort of a baseline that we build on and, how we build. But I would just suggest that we keep our eyes wide open in terms of what we're actually asking for, and so we don't have to go back and do this again because we're, again, falling short.
Right, yeah, and I guess through the chair, Vice Mayor Davids, I think you're exactly right. I think we will know better exactly what the multi-year cost is going to be once Mr. Bartel's report is available in the second month of May, because we'll know exactly what that PERS number is. Is it $13.5 million more or less? That retiree number, is it $1 million more or less? We can plug it in. And the other comment that we've made to the staff in Belmont is we believe, at least for the San Carlos numbers, that the initial contribution from San Carlos and the budget revenue growth is too high. So we're going to have to fine-tune that. And I think once we have the answers to all those questions, probably sometime towards the end of May, we'll have a better idea of what kind of money San Carlos would need, and for that matter, Belmont too. I think you're exactly right.
The only final thing then I would have with item 11 is this shell. I'd rather not have shell, but I do think that our discussions have related to 2 fire stations and to a paramedic company in each. I think this is what the public wants. Now, I'd rather not be committed to provide it because things do change, but I think we do need to recognize what we've been told so far, and we need to kind of focus on that area.
And I think through the chair that you could probably do that by saying it's your intent to do it as opposed to shall. I think you can get to the same place. And again, I think getting to the comment that Councilmember Teagle Doherty made earlier is that it may be the case that you want to structure this in such a way that not only do the 2 cities who are in this JPA today, but to the extent you may have other cities in the JPA tomorrow, each can buy the level of service they want. For example, since Belmont has this additional $900,000, maybe they want to buy more fire service from South County or the Belmont San Carlos Fire Protection District, and I think that would be fine. If you have additional money for fire, maybe you should buy more.
I have a very blunt question. I get the feeling that staff is angling towards some look in the future, the very near future, of browning out one of our stations and having a reduced level of service.
No, that's not our intent at all. I mean, I think all we're pointing out is that item number 11 and item number 1 may be inconsistent, in that number 11 requires that you've got 2 stations, and number 1 has a formula that accounts for a variance from the two stations. And so you might have one, you might have three. And so they're inconsistent. And we simply want to point that out. I mean, I think it's going to be of concern to both parties, frankly.
Well, please respect my need to ask the question, because I'm sitting up here wondering, and I don't want to wonder. That's why I say it's a blunt question, but I just want to put it out there.
I think, Matt, the bottom line is that, you know, staff is doing their best to keep us on balance. But bottom line is our decision. If this council wants to close the station, that's our choice.
Well, and I think the other point, too, and I would address both the Vice Mayor's earlier comments and also the Mayor's comments, I think once you settle on a service level, and assuming that it is the 2 and 2, I think what we're probably looking at for San Carlos is, to get to the Vice Mayor's earlier comment, we're probably going to have to raise $2.2 million to get there. And I think both of you are exactly right. If the community wants to go there, then that's the level of service we'll have, and that's what they will pay to get it. I think it's as simple as that.
Well, I don't think it is quite that simple, because we could always decide to adjust. It's up to us where the money comes from in some regard. You know, we can always make a decision as a council to cut other programs and take more money out of our general fund to put towards fire, if that's what we want to do.
That's absolutely correct.
So, okay, so I'm just going to, I tell you what, we'll take this comment first, and then I want to just try to do a summary. Gary Foth would like to speak on this item, or does he have to leave? Before Gary speaks, though, do we have any other discussion? Any other discussion on this item?
You guys have enough?
Yeah. Well, and I want to summarize it before we leave here so we understand it correctly. Go ahead, Gary.
Hello, my name is Gary Foth. I'm a captain with South County Fire, representing the South County Firefighters Association. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the approval of the $100,000. That's very nice. That'll get us through the end of the year. It's been a long time since we've seen an approval of more money for the fire department, so it's a welcome vote. Thank you very much. Just a few thoughts on what's being presented here tonight. You know, the mayor and Councilmember Griselli have spent a lot of hours and a lot of time, and all of the things that they brought back to the council tonight that are in the letter of agreement. They've had many, many discussions about the pros and the cons of each one of those things, you know, including the governance makeup. And a lot of people have a lot of different ideas on how things should and could be done. So I just want to remind everybody to just be mindful that there's pluses and minuses to any one of those things that's done. It may be helpful if you had time to attend some of those fire board meetings, because a lot of things that I maybe didn't like after hearing a lot of the discussion that's gone on, they've ended up at these recommendations. And I believe that this did come back hopefully as a recommendation to the council to approve what was in the letter of agreement. Specifically speaking about the governance issue, I believe some of that was, as Brian said, was taken from Stuart Gary, Livermore Pleasanton. Chief Gary is now a consultant. He's in the business of studying fire departments. And a lot of times when I look for something to work, I don't understand why we think we need to make it up all over again or come with our own personal idea. If something's working in another area, and that's an idea that came from someone who is a very well-respected fire chief. He studies fire departments for a profession. He's a very well-paid consultant in the business and knows more than probably all of us put together. And, you know, sometimes it can be as simple as going, you know what, if it works for them, it ought to work for us. The other thing to remember is that in this agreement, the JPA is there'll be reviews on the JPA. I don't know what number of years it is, but this is just a starting point. And the fact that we're even at this starting point today is really a miracle. And so try to work with the fire board members and give them something to grow on for something that they already have, as opposed to maybe trying to send them back with a brand new idea. because they have to work it out with the other council, and then they have to take it back to their council, so it's very complicated. I'd hate to see things go haywire over a few issues now. And with that, I'd just like to thank you guys for all the work that you've done. The membership is very, very grateful for what's going on. The morale has actually turned around a little bit. We were sort of hoping that maybe there might be a vote tonight to approve the agreement and that we'd know we'd be moving on. But, you know, we're all very cautious and a little bit uneasy because we're waiting for the other shoe to drop, you know, and for this thing to just go south, and because it could happen. We're hoping that it doesn't. So thanks again for all the hard work, and just try and be open-minded about this. We're off to a good start. The stuff with the hazmat is great. We got a lot of money coming in there, and you can see that the work, you know, maybe it didn't work before, but maybe with a weak JPA, maybe that is something that will work. And if it doesn't work, we can always change it later. And that's true with anything else that's in that agreement. So thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Okay. Don't want to mean any disrespect to Gary's comments about trying to take a vote and going back to the fire board with a vote, but I'm going to summarize what I heard that you would like us to do, and that is to go back with items 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14, and at least discuss the possibility of having essentially no fire board, but having a management team of the fire chief and the two city managers, and then items would come to the council that were major items, but on a day-to-day operation, the fire chief would pretty much run things with consultation from the two city managers. Am I getting that correct? Yes? So you want us to at least discuss it at our next fire board, which is, well, it's not on the agenda for Wednesday, but at our regular meeting of the fire board. We have a special meeting this week.
I mean, it would. I'm not interested in undoing anything or wasting time either. So, I mean, if the rest of the council doesn't support that idea, the council's welcome to speak up on it. I think it's a worthy discussion.
Well, I think it'd be a good discussion, but not sitting in this room and dealing with the issues. I would hate to throw a monkey wrench into something that seems to be moving along. So maybe it's a soft question. You know, maybe it's a question for clarification. You know, this is what we were preparing to do. We ever thought of this? But I kind of agree with Gary. I wouldn't take a hard line on this because I do think we can work it out, although it's going to take political will for politicians to do what they need to do. But I think it can work.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting a hard line. I would think on both parts there'd be some alacrity on what got us into a tough place. And if anything, I'm going for stability for the firefighters. I want it to be a stable situation. So I want it to be stable governments. I mean, just so the right tenor in my comments. It has everything to do with making it stable for the foreseeable future, and not a situation where, because of a couple of issues that actually aren't directly involved with South County Fire, start to undo that because of political personality.
Let me ask a question of staff. Joan, I need your attention for a moment. That's okay. Given the calendar that we have and the timelines we have for coming up with this JPA agreement and so forth, if we couldn't do this at our next meeting, which is a special meeting this Wednesday, but we could do it at our regularly scheduled meeting, where would that put us in terms of wrapping up the JPA agreement?
I don't think it will take that long to get a JPA agreement drafted once we know what the terms are.
So we have time to...
We do have time. And my understanding is that the parties would like to have a restated agreement approved by the end of the fiscal year.
Okay.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I mean, and I know you're not the attorney, and Mr. Lanzone isn't the attorney for the fire board.
Correct.
But again, there's no way we could talk about this on Wednesday? Through the chair.
If
I
it's
see
a
the city
special-
manager. I see
if
the
it's a
city manager
special
nodding his
meeting,
head that we might be able to
You
talk
have a
about this.
24-hour notice requirement. I think you could amend your agenda tomorrow.
Yes, we could. I suppose we could.
I don't know. I'm just asking. Is that? Do you think that's possible that we could discuss this on Wednesday?
Yes. I mean, I think I think we can add it to the agenda. I mean, the agenda is set up for a budget discussion. I don't know that this item was actually scheduled for Wednesday's discussion, but we still have 24 hours notice to amend that if the chair would so authorize.
Well, the only reason again, excuse me, through Belmont's going to meet tomorrow. They may have the same discussion we have about this and have the same issue and then or other issues, and we may want to. I love options, you know, and if we can discuss it, I mean, the sooner the better, if we can.
I agree.
Anyway, thank you.
In addition to the budget, you could put an item on the agenda regarding the provisions of the letter of agreement.
Okay, why don't we do that? Let's go ahead and do
Excuse me,
that.
Mayor Grocott, the other, and maybe I haven't given you time to surmise this, but the other thing that to me is pertinent is to just for you guys to have a mediation discussion. Assuming you guys go forward on the fire board and that they have two people on the fire board and you come to loggerheads over a certain decision, is it just tabled for lack of engaged discussion and then so I would love for you guys just to talk through what's our process, guys. If we disagree, we need to know.
Yeah, and I have that. I have a mediation process down. I have level of service decisions, how we would deal with those, and I have adding other agencies in the future. So that surmises the points I had.
Elected officials on the board or not.
Right.
And again, thank you for that. No disrespect intended.
Okay.
None taken.
Very good.
If I may, and just drawing upon experience having served as a city attorney in Millbrae, and we went through the whole fire assessment process, on your level of service, you will be addressing that issue very specifically when you go out to the people and ask them for money. I mean, you need to make your request in the context of what are they paying for. So, you know, whether you need to actually put it in the JPA, I think intent language would work, but your level of service, I would urge you to keep flexible, just so that each of the member agencies can address contingencies that may arise that you can't anticipate at this point in time.
Well, and I suppose, Joan, when I have down here, and I'll put this out as a comment, you can retort to it. If a city council in either case decided, hey, you know, we'd be happy to brown out a station and have one engine, you know, no truck, and that's it, and that's what we want, how does that decision get made? See, we need to have that discussion. We haven't brought up that scenario, and I'm not saying that anybody would want to necessarily do that, but it's similar to also, you know, let's put it in a positive sense. Let's say, you know what, we approved a car dealership mall out on Industrial Road, and we've got these other things going on now.
We want another station.
We want another station.
Well, I would
You
think
know.
what would happen is that the city of San Carlos would make that request to the Joint Powers Authority, and that's part of the funding formula. As your city manager pointed out, one of the elements in the funding formula is to look at the level of service in both cities. If you've already mandated in your agreement that it's going to be equal, then why make it part of your funding formula? Because it's not going to alter the equation. So I would think that it would work it out, a request to the fire authority, and then the fire authority would have to crunch numbers and get back to you and let you know what that would cost. And then the city of San Carlos would say yay or nay, and it would become part of the funding formula, and you would pay for it in the next fiscal year through the funding formula.
Okay. Are you going to be at our meeting Wednesday night?
Am I being invited?
Sure, I'll invite you. I'll take you out for drinks afterwards. How's that? Yes, if you can make it, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, did I surmise correctly? Yes? Okay, are we done with this item then? Yes? Okay, we'll take no motion on it. We'll just take that back. Okay, that brings us to item 12, which is public comment continued. If any member of the public would like to address the council, seeing none, we're adjourned.
Very good.